Hello, everyone, and welcome on into Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, baby. Velo here on the scene for some NA Joust action. Oh, yeah. We got Musy here in the booth right by my side. Red Rosy Panda, that's your almighty eyes in the sky. Jithens, the man behind the curtain. Muse, how we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. And, I'm excited for another round of NA Joust. I feel like the Joust games are always they're always a good time to watch. And they're very, competitive in their own way. There's a lot of fire and spit that comes out of a Joust game that you wouldn't necessarily assume comes out of a Joust game. So I'm pretty excited to see how many shifters we get to see in this tournament today.
Well, let's shift on over to the prizing and see what these teams get.
Oh.
For getting those victories across the Summer Guys, June 14th to August 1st. That's coming up pretty soon. We've been doling out about $8,000 in prizing. And included amongst that, of course, is the Joust prizing here for today. What are they going to be earning? A nice little cool $525. That's a lot of Chipotle burrito bowls.
It's at least, I don't really eat Chipotle, so I can't give you the math on that one. But I'm going to guess anywhere
Probably
between
45.
45?
I'd say so.
It's a cheap.
It's pretty accurate.
That's a cheap bowl. That's like $10 per
deal.
bowl in this economy.
Exactly. Brackets coming up. Even in this economy, we still have the resources to provide them for you.
Still have
Thanks
brackets.
to our prod. Hell yeah. And we thankfully don't have 100 teams. What are you looking at? What are you seeing that you like?
I see Deduin's basement again. They're gonna have a bye,
Yay!
so we go straight to the second round. Hydro John Bomb in a similar situation. Anybody else here that I recognize from last time? The thing is, see them before. Team Dubu sounds familiar. The
There's a
wet
team named
market?
Is This Power World? It's not.
Is this Power World? No, I don't think
not.
it is. We don't have the
Otherwise,
Erlong Shen skin either, so we don't even have Erlong Shen.
Can't even LARP.
Yeah, there's just nothing. Yeah, it's Erlarp Shen.
LARP Shen!
Wait, that's
Broken!
somebody write that
Oh,
down.
man.
Somebody, I gotta call Kilgoon right now.
We got a list now.
Please.
Aspect of polyamory. Now we got
Yep, Erlarp
Ari.
Shen.
Or LARP Shen. It's pretty good. P's and B's coming at us here today, folks. Let's see what our first game's gonna bring. We'll see what the first round's got. Gup Squat. LA Boogs on tour? We're on tour now?
LA Boogs on tour. Oh, well, hey, we're just trying to get out there, trying to get active, show what we got on the big
Cleano!
stage, and hopefully it doesn't get shut down early. Oh, Ollie's there, too. I recognize Ollie as well from the EU gaming scenario there, but when it comes to Joust, I feel like not much has changed between the last Joust tournament that we had and this one. So, Guan Yu's still going to be really good. Aphrodite. The healers really have their place in Joust. And it always boils down to, two kinds of team comps. Triple tank, and, one of the tanks is, a sheep in tank's clothing, because it's actually a mage or a guardian that's building, more damage to go with their tanks. So you have,
An Atlas.
Bluestone, E-Staff, that kind of deal, Soul Reaver, so that you have a tank that kills the other tanks, and then you have tanks that just kind of make stuff happen. But other picks like the Outplash that's banned away as a mainstay for Joust, just because his ultimate takes up the entire room. And then ADCs, I'm always half and half on whether or not I like to see them. Because on one hand, you need them to take down a tower, but on the other hand, you could just have 3 tanks and win the game at 20 minutes,
Ooh, hold on. This is one thing that you couldn't see last Joust tournament around. Jing Chen now present in the game. Now, Xing Chen is an interesting one. You, of course, have that aspect that allows him to really spin to win. But I have to imagine in this tank-dominated meta, you're probably going to see the non-aspect. Guan Yu, no one's surprised to see him locked in for LA Bugs.
Let's see, Guan Yu is better now more than ever because of the amount of protections that everybody is building, because Shifter Shield is so good, Dwarven Plate is so good, Breastplate of Valor is also good. But the prot tread for Guan Yu just becomes so important, and just all that much better. Newt as well is another really strong pick here, because she can build shifters, Tierfing, and then just a bunch of protection shred, which is what we saw in the EU Conquest game last week.
Well, I do like this response from Gup Squad. You talk about how important the Tal Al Assault Protection Shred is. Why not find two stuns to stop it? Hua Mulan and Agni join the battle for Gup Squad.
Mulan's a little bit of an eyebrow raise for me. We don't really get to see her too often, but I'll tell you what, Mulan with an Ansile on a Joust map can't tell me that it's not decent, right? And then Agni is one of those picks that is just very, very good right now. He's a lot of range over the other mages, solid CC,
Anti-heal.
the anti-heal, which is going to be what's especially important, especially into the Hercules that is picked last here for Lebugs on tour. So Guan Yu Hercules are going to be face tanking a lot of damage and healing themselves and their teammates up, while this Newt should be building something along the lines of Tearfing, Shifter's Avenging Blade, Executioner, maybe a Chin's Blade, which is a bit of a controversial item right now. Everybody's very much split down the middle on whether or not it's actually good, because, you know, in theory, your percent health damage item should be good into healthy targets, but, you know, maybe all it's doing is 500 damage. You know, how much is that 500 damage actually worth? So that'll be for ADC players to debate and decide, you know, what do I know? But I'm really excited about this Xing Chen, Dilo. This Xing Chen is going to be very interesting to me. We haven't had a chance to see him play pretty much at all, and he is the same Xing Chen that we've all known and loved from Smite 1, right? He's got a lot of sustain because of all the HP 5 he's able to get. He has that spin to win ultimate in a literal true sense. The Beyblade is back, and the root is very sneaky good, and he's able to keep himself alive with that jump. So there are a lot of things in the Xing Chen kit that I think make him a very attractive pick. I don't know if I'm ready to call him, like, best in slot for any particular role yet, but I will say he's very strong in a team fight.
Best in slot or best in slop? We'll find out as we hop into first game. Gup Squad versus Lebugs on tour. Once again, Dilo and Busey here on the mics. But Rosie Panda, Tess, your almighty eyes in the sky, Jithens, somewhere around there behind the curtain, and you watching at home as Baronary flips into battle.
And this makes a lot of sense right out the gate. I see a couple of shells. The Aegis for our Newt. Quaquamokwo.
Awesome name. I'm glad you took
pretty
the
good.
first step.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, we gotta get this, address the elephant in the room here.
Ooh, address the damage being output as well. Ollie taking quite a bit of it. Fight starts up in earnest from Gup Squad, thanks to that sneaky little flank from Baronary. They once again maybe going down the hallway. No, this time they'll full frontal approach.
See, look at that pluck there from Hercules, catches Grace, and they'll dash away.
Ooh, good Aegis there, forced out. Thanks to the Noxious Fume stun. That being said, Sabby could be in a spot of bother, especially if one more Earthbreaker finds their back. The Hercules will decide to turn tail for now. Certainly quite a lot of scrapping, but no bodies dropped just yet.
I do feel that between Agni and Newt, both of them have pretty solid early game damage, but the Hercules should have quite a bit as well.
Another good Noxious Fumes, and a great hook as well. The Phantom Shell will not save Quaquo Mokwo. Going to be the first blood, courtesy of Gup Squad. It'll be trouble though for Sabby now. Still no level 5 differences, and Hercules has the driving strike. One last auto. No, the Phantom Shell will save him from Tal Al Assault. Now Hercules in trouble. Gray gonna burn out Cleano and make it 2 for Gup.
Man, the anti-heal from Grayson there as well. Coming in clutch, that stun catches all 3 of Lebugs on tour around that red buff. And then you have Sabby that's able to, like, walk past and find that bow target. They're able to live because of those double shells. Lebugs on tour, they need a bit more cooldown to go with all of their sustain before they can really be the super mega tank. I have a very large effective health pool because of this Guan Yu. So you do see the Sage's Ring, the Mana Tome, Sands of Time. Genji's Guard is on the way. It'll be a very good pickup into Gup Squad because there are 2 magicals.
Hookshot comes through, double root as well. The Noxious Fume stun finds 2. One last Flame Bomb. Quaquo Mokwo already done. A Flame Dash forward. Hercules in trouble, but does get the driving strike. That keeps Sabby in tower long enough to ensure her end. Baronary is able to escape, though a bit worse for wear. The Flame Wave comes through. The Rain of Fire, unfortunately, not going to be enough, and that means that the violence ends for now.
Xing Chen with that whirlwind of axe and steel. The ultimate is very, very effective into Lebugs on tour, so long as Lebugs on tour do not have their ultimate available. Quaquo Mokwo is going to be the target #1 because it's kind of hard. It's harder for her to use her ultimate in response to the Jing than I would say Hercules or Guan. I feel like it's not as forgiving, and you'll notice she has the Aegis, not a Beads. I would not hate to see a Talisman of Purification picked up for the Boogs on Tour somewhere in the build. Probably will have to be picked up by Klino because Ollie's build on this Guan Yu is very cut and dry, right? You need Genjis, you need Breastplate, you need the Heartward Charm.
Need the bees there to shake off that driving strike, so Grayson will be vulnerable for a bit longer. Hercules certainly has an easier target in that Agni in terms of getting their health bar low, so the positioning of this mage is going to be very, very precise to ensure their safety.
One of the things that I like to talk about Joust, I can't believe what I'm witnessing. And I'll touch on it early today, so we kind of have it in the back of our minds. A very important note about Joust is that there's only one wave to really share and get your experience in your farm from, so small level leads are actually much larger than you would think. Like, objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. So you have to be very careful about splitting your farm and making sure you get all of it.
Driving strike splits up the fight, stuns out 2, the front line now separated. Baronary goes back in, but Savvy, right in the hall of death and despair, the boulder will absolutely pulverize her. That means the second kill. Good pull there on Gray, has no beads now, has no means of getting out without taking all that damage. Double kill now for the Newt. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel comes through. Sky Cutting Axe will escape the Skyfall. Does make sense when you consider the names of the abilities after all. Now the tower starts to get whittled away, that Newt's going to work.
It's good CC chain from Boogs on Tour, taking advantage of the fact that there was no beads from Grayson. You have to be careful when stepping up to this trio that Boogs have. Pluck from the Hercules is very, very scary, especially into the driving strike. Plus, the Newt has a root as well. And if Ollie has ult, you are absolutely getting picked. Very, very hard to play into that combo of abilities.
Quick little blue buff steal there from Boogs. Now back on tour to their side of the map, or maybe gonna stick around for a bit longer. Baron area is rather low after all. Hercules could try to force the issue, but Savvy's there to provide support. About 5 minutes in, it's 3-3. Boogs on tour, sporting about an 800 gold lead.
Grayson does have the Soul Reaver up and online to go with that blue stone. Like we mentioned before, Proxlop is back on the menu, boys. It was never really nerfed, so I suppose it was never really gone, even after that mage patch that we saw where Flat Pen was introduced.
War never changes.
A lot of other items were looking very strong, but your builds are situational at the end of the day, and if everybody's going to be building health like that Shifter Shield right away for Klino, well, when tanks are good, you're playing Bluestone, you're playing Soul Reaver, you're playing that Agni. Grayson is going to scale very well towards this late game. I'll be interested to see what they go for the rest of their items, as I see that Captain's Ring right away, and I wonder if we're going straight into something like Breastplate of Valor, just to get some more cooldown for our Agni and a bit more, survivability into the Guan and the Herc.
They're really trying to fish for Gray here, and you can't blame them. Good triple root there. No follow-up down. Baron area in a bit of a spot of bother. All that HP 5 is really going to need to be put to work, as they are dropped down to a quarter. Hook shot there from Savvy pulls them off literally from their ally. But they're still back on up from it. I gotta say, Musey, I'm a bit sour. I was seeing Cup Squad in the early game and I said, finally, double healing tanks don't win. And all of a sudden, here we are now.
Yeah, double healers are pretty good. They are the good characters to pick here.
This fight is getting absolutely split up, but Flame Dash does provide some pretty solid damage. Now Grayson, though, has no escape. Newt quickly makes those convergence autos get put to work. Cavalry charge right beneath that Phoenix, and Gray's got no dash to escape. Ollie will cut them down to size before turning right back to assist the Newt with the Jing Chen. So Savvy does have decent health. Maybe they can try to focus out this Newt. Absolutely not. Cannot compute. Baronari's got to flee the scene with the Sky Cutting Axe. The minions will not be able to finish the job. Savvy Snell's got plenty of health, so they should be fine. But with that hook shot down, she actually could be in a bit of danger now. Surrounded by 3, driving strike against the wall, and now the squad's got to try to come up to find some support. They won't be able to. Killing spree for Kwakumokwu. That means Gup Squad, once again, fighting from the back foot.
They're going to keep going. The Boogs on Tour have so much sustain, they can take this round 2 fight, but Gup Squad do not have that same type of advantage. I mean, yes,
Oh,
you've got
God.
your shifters and your breastplate of valor's online, so many protections, but we're dealing percent health damage, or not percent health damage, but rather we're shredding away those protections with the Guan Yu. So you can have these items, but it doesn't matter too much. The Boogs on tour love the fight.
Oh no, that's trouble for Gray. Does find their way out with the dash to escape the excavate coming through. Hercules winding around Baron area, preventing them from rejoining the team. Divine Mastery forced out from the Mulan to do the same thing. Baron area will be able to escape. And you know what? Museum's seeing the difference right now? Gov Squad have 2 shifter shields. The Boogs, they're building up to a 3rd.
That is going to be a big difference maker here. Ollie will be
That's how you
very
win.
hard to kill. Yeah, I say the team that has more shifters ends up winning the game. Well, what's very interesting about this Newt having the shifters is it lets her stand up next to Guan, next to Hercules, while still being able to fend for herself and feel for herself a little bit, because she's got those extra protections when she dips below that 75% health threshold, getting an extra 20 of each prot. It's nothing to turn your nose up at. It's actually quite the opposite to turn your nose up at. You should just eat it every day of the week.
Baron area is eating all the CC. They try to make their way to Ollie. You really do need to kill this Guan Yu first if you have any hope, but the World of Rage and Steel falls on CC immune ears. Lino's the only one who gets caught up in the blender, and they're going to be just fine. They can mitigate all those wounds you dish out and deal them right back. Gub Squad has to turn back home, hands empty.
One of the big power spikes, I'm waiting for the boost on tour, and there it is. Just locked in, and oh my gosh. How much gold did they have in hand that Kwakwamokwo was able to buy a full Avenging Blade and a bow? He had well over 3k gold,
Yikes.
that's insane. But now we have percent protection shred attached to our Newt. We have protection shred attached to our Guan Yu. We have a lot of CC because of our Hercules. The Boogs on Tours fight into this disabled Phoenix, mind you. It's a tough one for Gup Squad.
The focus has got to be on the Newt, but if you're sitting around a Guan Yu, conviction will be provided. And look at
damage.
the health bars on Gub Squad. They are in so much trouble, whereas Labug's on tour. They're sporting clean bills of health right now, man. Baron Aries got to flip their way on out. Bird is being ignored still. Has not even been touched, really. Newt finally realizes what their job is, but a Phantom Shell in response to the hook shot keeps the Newt safe. Cavalry charge comes through. Gup Squad cannot be grouped up unless the stun fall on 2, which it shall. Baron area once again has to take a dip back in a fountain, and Grayson is going to do so the hard way, thanks to Kwakwamokwo.
Look at the health bars of the Boogs on tour. The Guan Yu keeps everybody
I don't
super
want to.
sustained, so they can just keep this push-up. They have a minion wave.
This is just unfortunate to watch. Savvy getting cut down to size. Klino makes a man out of Mulan. And Baronary, unfortunately, might be having to let them rip right back into the tombstone. But hold on a second. Agni's back up. Maybe a chance at a stalwart defense here, at the very least. Push off the inevitable. Root on top of the Newt. But unfortunately, the driving strike on top of Grayson.
Look at that.
One last auto's all they need. Rampage for the Newt. And Baronary's back in the sky.
What can Baronary even do? E-Staff shifters can only take you so far, but the Boogs on tour are fully activated.
That is really good HP 5 from Baronary, but the HP on the Titan's what we're looking at, and it's at 0. Laboogs on tour continue their rampage.
Well,
I'm mad,
Guan
dude.
Yu
I'm genuinely, yeah, I'm like genuinely upset.
Guan Yu?
It's been like, what, it's been like 2.5 weeks since we did one of these things.
That's,
This just brings me back here just to torture me.
well, so here's the thing, right? This is the big takeaway here. And this is a lesson that is going to be learned immediately today. And it's the same lesson that we learn every single joust.
Yeah, right?
The Guan Yu is very good. It's very good. Is it very good because it does a bunch of damage? No. It's very good because it heals you a bunch, and when you have the aspect, you're taking, seconds off of your allies' cooldowns, and because we're in a tank meta, the tank shred for Guan is just such a useful tool. So you're like, cool, what do I pair with that? How about the Newt ADC that has been running a bunch of lobbies because she can build Tierfing shifters and live forever? All right, cool. What else do we want to pair with that? How about a character that can never die? Hercules. Bomba, right? This is a really solid 3-man comp here that can fight for a long time. Not only because the Guan enables you, but because the Newt and the Hercules can enable themselves. You look at the Gup Squad composition, the Mulan-sized elephant in the room, you kind of have to wonder, what does she bring to the table? And I love Mulan. I love Mulan.
Banger movie.
This is not the Mulan lobby, you know? I just feel like she isn't able to really get what you want from her. And even though, you know, we have the new character Xing Chen, which, it did look good for a bit, but as the game progresses, Xing Chen really shows, it seems, that they're just here to do CC less than deal damage, especially into all the healing that LeBoog's on tour had. So
I'm like,
it just felt like a tough draft to play into, for sure.
yeah, we like need, just please ban Guan Yu. Like, I'm begging you.
That's step
This is
one.
a PSA. I'm genuinely begging you guys. Ban Guan Yu. We'll be right back with hopefully less Guan Yu next time around. Stick around, more Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, Smart Bash, and a Joust, where the plays are always premium. Philo here on the scene, on the mic, Musy joined in the booth right by my side. Tess and Red Rosie Panda, your almighty eyes in the sky. Jittens, the man behind the curtain. We just got to see, unfortunately, the fact that Guan never changes. Musy stepping into the second game here of the Joust NA tournament. What are we hoping to see this time?
Not Guan!
Yep.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Girl?
Mm-mm.
Do not let him pick
no.
that Guan! Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No.
That
Honey.
god? That god?
Honey, that god? Mm-mm. Now, Aphrodite.
Mm-mm.
Yes. Let's talk about that, right?
T.
Yes.
T.
Ugh. T. Oh,
Bracket.
girl! I did not know!
Hush. Hush. We have a job to do. We get it, Musy, let's get serious.
You're right.
Musy, let's get serious
I'm
right
locked
now. This
in.
is Bracket Summer Bash. Alright, so let's take a look at where we're gonna go next. Hydrogen Bomb versus Lean
Oh.
Cuisine.
Okay.
I ate a few Lean Cuisines back in the day. It's been a while.
I had a few. I like the kids one with the penguin on it, and then they changed the penguin.
Yeah!
And it freaks me out when I look at him in the freezer and I get scared. My girlfriend has to hold my hand when we walk past it.
I'm sure that's a very interesting tenet in the relationship counseling sessions, but nonetheless, we'll talk more about Hydrogen Bomb and Lean Cuisine in a second. But we can also take a look across the bracket in general and see what we've got going on. Moving across the board. I mean, that match did go rather quickly, so I'm not sure if everyone has... Oh, wait, no, we don't get to see who's been dropped out. Unfortunate.
Well, we
nonetheless.
do get to see who's completed, right? Like, the thing is, has beaten Scub Nation. Stim City, shoutouts, has defeated the Little Smokies. If I'm looking at a match that we're not putting our eyes on, right? Because we're watching Hydrogen Bomb and Lean Cuisine. Deduan's Basement versus the Boogs on Tour has got to be a heater match. So when we're done with this game, we get to take another look at the bracket. I'll be very interested to know how that game goes as well.
Is this Pal World? We still haven't figured it out. We'll find out shortly, hopefully.
Yeah.
And the thing is still just kind of waiting on their bye as well. Now, that being said, let's go back to what we talked about here in terms of the teams we are going to be looking at. Hydrogen Bomb was a top contender last go around, and you got to imagine that they know the Guan Yu sauce, all right? If anyone knows the Guan Yu sauce, it is absolutely going to be this team. So there should be no way in hell, zero way, that we see this god be played at all. At all, Musy! I don't want to see it. I'm so sick of this guy. Holy.
I'm hoping we get to
And
see a
that's the
Guan Yu
T.
locked in. That god looks pretty good. And that's
Terrible.
the T. So, let's go, sisters. I will say there are some other healers that are strong and can do what Guan Yu does, kind of, from a healing aspect. Because the real strong thing about Guan Yu, as we wander towards picks and bans, topical, is that Guan Yu has the Protret. Like, that, to me, is one of the most important parts of his kit right now in the item meta that we are experiencing. Like, the healing is good, and the cooldown is good, but that was always there. The Protret is what makes it, like, pushes him over the edge. Ball up. 3-point line. Now, Aphrodite can do similar things. She has all the healing, she has a ton of CC with the kiss, she can amp your own damage when she makes her kiss targets jealous and frustrated and they get all angry, you know, very normal responses. But she also has that ultimate undying love that really pushes her to be something that could really pocket another pick and just be like, listen, you can go in and do whatever you want. Now, part of the reason why, as much as I love the Aphrodite, I almost wonder if we won't see it, is because we are so focused on tanks right now. We're not really enabling a damage carry. We're not kissing our Susano, right? They haven't been on their PC in days. Their Discord icon set to invisible, their profile picture blacked out, and their, you know, little status update says don't bother me. So our duo queue partner is gone. So we're just here with a bunch of these tanks. So I'm thinking Artio and Achilles become another couple of picks that we look at and we go, hey, listen, these could be good. Artio's got healing. She's got a ton of CC in her kit, and the Achilles has an execute. Achilles so good in tank metas because he can look at a tank and be like, listen, you're close enough to dead. You're not dead, you're close enough. And that means that I can pick you up. Sobek, for another reason like that, has a little bit of heal, anti-heal, and an execute. Oh, hey, Guan Yu got through.
No! No!
Help!
No!
Ow! Test mute Dilo. No, don't actually. But yeah, Guan Yu, huh? That's what it is. Now Lean Cuisine have a couple of options. Posh is open. Maybe that could be the answer into the Guan Yu. He's got the anti-heal and kit Fleeting Breath. Very, very handy because it makes it so that Guan Yu has trouble healing. You can go an E-set to maybe match a Guan Yu heal and all the value you get from the utility of her kit, but it's going to be an Ethan and Osiris. Osiris, Lord of the Afterlife. That's true. That's 100% anti-heal right there. Plus, we have an Egyptian theme going on. So, how you doing, D'Lo? It is the second game.
Dude.
Girl, you gotta...
I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Lean Cuisine is about to get gobbled up like some Lunchables, bro. Xing Shen, Morgan Le Fay locked alongside. The only saving grace is maybe that... No, Guan Yu still does enough damage that you're still going to have to build physical procs. Like, you got to. Lean Cuisine... Hovering over this Bacchus, some extra anti-heal, I guess. It doesn't matter, Muzi, though. I don't think it I really think that the only anti-heal of that actually is impactful in Joust against these kind of characters like Guan Yu is Opwash, because it's not just the flat anti-heal. It's the stun. I think that's genuinely the asterisk that makes Fleeting Breath so good. Lean Cuisine don't have that. I'm concerned. I am dreadfully concerned.
Well, I will say this. Osiris is, in Conquest at least, one of the best solo laners to pick right now because he's unkillable, right? He has percent mitigation attached to his passive. The items that are good right now are items that he likes to build, so he gets to be very, very tanky. So this Osiris will be in the mix for a long time. And Neath is one of those picks that I think could be a little slept on in this moment, in the here and now, right? And I feel like you can go... Aspect and do like a Sunbeam Bow build, or you can do the Tierfing Shifters Avenging Blade combination here because she has so much attack speed. You can build her as a mage. She's very, very flexible, but also the backflip especially will be an important tool to keep her safe from the CC of Jin Chen and the chase from Guan Yu. I mean, Lean Cuisine, you have Tagveer, Karmic, and Happen. They left that Guan Yu open knowing full well that if Hydrogen Bomb would have it available, they would lock it down. So I am assuming that they have a plan to shut this character down, right? So far for anti-heal, it's just, like you said, like Lord of the Afterlife and the Bacchus, that belch. But I'm with you. I mean, Morgan Le Fay is going to be a hard character to lock down and, you know, be able to kill. Osiris and Bacchus, they can jump on her, but they can't stay on her. That's the big thing. And you'll know that she'll be doing Bluestone, Soul Reaver, E-Staff, Chronos Pendant, probably building a Shifter Shields of her own, and maybe even a Dwarven Plate, just a little extra panache on top. But she'll deal a ton of damage. So, I'm with you. I favor the Hydrogen Bomb comp, but I'm excited to see how Lean Cuisine plays into it. They should have a plan. They must have a plan. Because they just let the Guan Yu through.
I mean, it's Happen and Tagveer. These are players that have been through each other thick and thin, and two players who very much so respect mutually their drive to win. Happen probably has a 40,000-word document written about Guan Yu alone and how to take him out. Let's see if that advice ends up being put into good use as we hop right into game. The Guan Yu files continue to deepen as the fight already starts on up. Sunprod dropped down to about half.
And there is that aspect of the World Weaver Neath with Death's Toll. So I do think we will see that Tierfing Shifters combination, or maybe like a Tierfing Broggies, where maybe the best deal, hold on, Happen is fine. Maybe the best way to deal with these tanks is just overwhelm them with yellow on-hit numbers.
You know what also just stinks about this against John Rowing is that you have stuns to interrupt Tal Assault, but they're not on-demand stuns whatsoever. There's Judgment Tethers right here, which takes a good country minute. And then it's also, of course, that belch. That being said, Sunprod's in trouble. Sunprod's dead. Phantom Shells were not enough, just a bit too much underestimation of the roots and the damage being output here by this aspect Neath. First blood goes to Lean Cuisine.
I like the starter pickup from Happen here as well. Warrior's Axe is another starter that becomes better as these tank items become better, because late game, if you're able to upgrade it, you're going to deal extra damage based on your prods. But also, you just have bonus true damage. Not getting mitigated. It doesn't matter what protections that they have. It's a little extra sustain for you as well. So, I do think that when you are building more protections, your Warrior's Axe gets a lot more value. And I know the answer to that people will throw at that is like, well, you also have this Bluestone, it does % health damage. Yeah, but like, how well can Bacchus use Bluestone versus how much more is he going to get out of this Warrior's Axe? So I like the build start from Happen, Karmic. They both are going to be building shifters, but looks like it could be a Transcendent start from Tegvir. So I do think it's going to be Sunbeam Bow from Tegvir, and that makes me very excited because I think Sunbeam Bow is one of the answers to this tank meta that we're in.
Yeah.
Like I said before, like, yellow numbers are really good into targets that have a bunch of protections and high health. Like your Chins, your Sunbeam. Plus with Avenging Blade and Executioner being good, I really think Sunbeam could be the way. So show me the way, Tegvir. Lean Cuisine have their plan.
Way for Hydrodron Bomb to get on the board might just be taking advantage of the fact that Tegvir doesn't have those beads. You see the Relic exchange, 2 shells right now in exchange for the 1 beads. Whereas right now Kaidan is sitting pretty with their safety Relic still in pocket. And talking about CC is also interesting, considering the fact that you have this Whirlwind, Rage, and Steel. Last time we saw a team up against that Xing Chen, they all had CC Moon Ultimates. Bacchus and Neath not similarly privileged in this instance.
And not even Lord of the Afterlife. Like, Karmic can get caught up in it if he's not careful. So Lean Cuisine have a good intro to a fight.
Here comes Consuming Power to start things off. Cavalry Charge as well. Don't really find too much value, if I'm being honest. A bit unimpressive in terms of the damage numbers. At the very least, Lean Cuisine don't have as much sustain to quickly gain right back up. Full Hydrodon Bomb. They say, alright, we tried, we failed. Let's go back to base.
Kaidan needs to make sure that they have their Soul Reaver online before we can really start dealing a whole bunch of damage. They started off with that Chronos Pendant so that we can, get those Morgan Le Fay stacks, start spamming a bunch of the abilities to be able to get your runes going here. Soul Reaver should be right around the corner, and then E-Staff has been like that third item slot for Morgan Le Fay, just being really annoying and constantly spamming abilities. Lean Cuisine is going to have a tough time killing her by virtue of the fact that Morgan Le Fay will have a bunch of tank, but also all of the get off me tools, the Dragonflight, the Fear, the slows, the speed up. Like, she has so many tools just to say, hey, listen, you can't dive me.
Uh-oh. Bacchus does not have a complete item, was not able to back, but might be given the luxury if they die right now. 2 Phantom Shells keep them alive for a bit longer. Judgment Tethers coming in through, but Sunprod's Sky Cutting Axes, their way out of the stun, Happen, walks their way out of the fight. Hydrodron Bomb, though, of course, having that Guan Yu, do end up as the overall winners, and that means the red buff is theirs to claim.
Hydrodron Bomb will have a little bit more relic tempo for the next 100 seconds or so. We still have beats for Kaidan, and Sunprod will have their shell, so I would expect to see them take a fight before those 2 shells from Lean Cuisine come back up. But there's not going to be too much neutral farm on the map to fight over. And this is another thing about Joust that gets a little funky. It's mostly laning. Right? And in Conquest, a lot of where you're picking your fights depends on where the objective is, right? Is that the purple buff? Is that the neutral camp by duo? Is it Gold Fury? Those early fights. Hydrogen Bomb, you're just kind of running at each other, right? You're running at each other in the lane and trying to run at an Osiris and a Bacchus. I mean, they can't just kind of like disengage because there's nothing for them to really want to contest. And that, I'm like saying it out loud in real time and I'm understanding. That is why Joust games can go so long. Because what are you contesting? You can't realistically pull that Lost Knight yet. The red buff is down. The purple buff is down. That's why we end up just kind of staring at each other for a bit. Maybe, you can run at them if you're bored and you want to try to kill, but I feel like Hydrogen Bomb don't have to engage, and Lean Cuisine can escape and engage.
Belch Stun results in a bit of extra poke on top of Sun Prod, but honestly, Xing Chen is not going to worry about it too much. Again, that passive from all that HP 5 and also HP coming in from the Conviction as well. 5 minutes, 0-1, Lean Cuisine's favor. And because of that, you see the gold lead going their way, about 400 as well. But like you said, Musey, small numbers all add up here in Joust when there's so little to fight over.
Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear, so, a little gold swing can catapult into something a bit larger, but what matters not only is the gold that you have, but being able to spend it. So you could be holding on to that extra 400 gold, but it doesn't really mean anything if it's not making an actual impact on the map in your builds. So Lean Cuisine need to make sure that they're backing semi-frequently to stay up on their items, to make sure that they're ready for the next engagement, which I would say, like, red buff and purple buff would be what we're looking at next, unless somebody decides to, try to fight and die. And I feel like Sunprod gets caught out early in this game, and that sets the mood for the rest of the game. Hydrogen Bomb is saying, listen, that's not going to happen anymore. We're only going to fight when we think there's something to fight over. And Lean Cuisine goes, cool, we got first blood. Let's see how long we can ride that extra 500 gold high.
3 shifter shields versus 1. Patterns have said that Hydrogen Bomb instantly loses, but they do have a Guan Yu, so we'll call it all even Stevens for now. That being said, Heartwood, built up here by the Guan Yu, has been changed, I believe, since our last time in Joust, so that means that it's not going to be quite as destructive as before maybe, but still, it's a good pickup here for the healer.
Again, so if you see the way that Lean Cuisine are able to control around these red, neutral objectives, Hydrogen Bomb just can't really get in there. Now maybe we could put our foot down, but Lean Cuisine already scooped up the purple, and this is that small lead that starts to develop into something more. So they got the first blood. That's an extra 500 gold. They just confirmed these other 2 neutral camps for themselves. So now suddenly this 500 gold lead scoops away up to something like a 700 or so, maybe 600?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this slowly but surely evolves over time. And Lean Cuisine have very good late game scaling because of Tagveer. Tagveer's got the shifters, they've got the transcendence. I would very much expect a Sunbeam on the way.
This is trouble. Leap already used for Happen. Root now as well. The towers start to chip away at their life. Here comes Consuming Power. Still can't finish the job, though. That Bacchus is awfully blubbery. Will be able to survive despite Hydrogen Bomb pouring everything into them. Honestly, a really solid engagement on their part, but they still want more. Root comes through. John Rowing cannot catch up quickly enough, so Karmic will take the fall instead. Overall, not too shabby from either team.
I love Happen's build here. Look at that Sphere Negation. That's classic counter building because John Rowing is not going to deal damage. He has the aspect on Guan Yu, so he has no scaling on his ability. Like, he doesn't have any strength scaling or in scaling for damage. So Sphere Negation just means that Kaidan and Sunprod aren't going to be able to kill Happen. You need to be able to not only burst away that shield, but then also bleed into the health, but that's not what Kaidan's build does. Kaidan's build is cool, I'm going to deal a little bit of chip damage with Silver, a bit of chip damage with Bluestone, I'm going to keep applying these stacks, and, over time, this is going to be very hard for you to deal with. Sphere Negation says, hey, listen, Bluestone does physical damage, and that's a problem, and I'm going to, eat some of that, that sucks, but, that Soul Reaver ain't doing nothing, honey. If you think that's going to kill me, you got another thing coming. So this makes Happen really, really tanky. He'll chug the chug jug, if you will. You don't have to, but if you wanna.
Is this Fortnite?
And then yeah, right. And then he just becomes very, very tanky. There's no executes from Hydrogen Bomb, so he can play that game of I can be really low health and kind of see what I can bait. And it also loops back into that Warriors X, so he's got a little bit of sustain just for hanging around, just for being a throw at a belt. Suddenly, this Bacchus becomes very, very difficult to kill. All of this is to buy time for Tagveer to finish up his build, right? We see the Manchu bow. It just finishes up into that Chin's blade. So we are going for a proc build. And look who has health on Hydrogen Bomb. Literally everybody. E-Staff's going to be finished up by Kaidan. We see the Gauntlet of Thebes for Sunprod. John Rowing's got a Heartward Charm. So Neith is going to start smacking a little bit harder now as well. She's going to have so much extra attack speed because of her aspect.
John Rowing pinched in between. Kaidan's got to make their way out from the red buff pit as well. Who's left on the front line? It's going to be Sunprod. Does find a root on top of the Neith. Gets back into the waiting arms of the rest of the team. I wonder if the bubble that needs to burst is maybe that leap. There it is, Kaidan in trouble. Forced to beads, but a Dragonflight pushes Bacchus back into danger, consuming power, gets Kaidan out to safety. And Sunprod's in no real danger either, even with the tethers attached. Once again, both teams just kind of at a stalemate here, and a stalemate for Guan Yu is just where they want to be. Heals everyone back up to full, no issues even to worry about. Lean Cuisine do grab that red buff, though, for their troubles. So at the very least, that slide continues in Chaos's favor.
I wonder if Lean Cuisine will end up building the anti-heal instead of just relying on the anti-heal that's in kit. Because Hydrogen Bomb, if they're able to disengage from a fight, John Rowing's got 3, 4 if you count the starter cooldown items for this heal. This thing's on like a 4-second cooldown, maybe even shorter at this point. Like, you just boom, boom, conviction, 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 conviction. And then each of these convictions also lower the cooldowns of Kaidan, who is then able to spam more Soul Reaver, spam more E-Staff and Bluestone. And Sunprod's playing Jing Chen. That guy is just there to cause problems, to disrupt team fights. You know, he's got that root, he's got the ultimate, he's got some damage of his own, too. He's got that Bluestone with that Jing Chen, that first ability. Does quite a bit. Too squishy, so Tekvir's got to be careful. Again, Hydrogen Bomb have a really good stall comp. They can just wait out a game. So the onus is on Lean Cuisine to force the issue. But as time goes on, I really believe in Tekvir's scaling. Lean Cuisine could force an issue around something like a Lost Night and maybe even delete it before Hydrogen Bomb can react.
LA flop over the front line, trying to lift for Kaidan. Sunprod, meanwhile, has to see their exit before the Judgment Tether takes effect. That Osai actually has been really well utilizing the 3 to force Sunprod to not stick around longer than they're welcome for. Some conviction heals come through. 12 minutes in, it's 0-1. Lean Cuisine still having the favor and about a 1k gold lead their way. Again, small things building up to bigger things, and I think that for Hydrogen Bomb, the big thing is, how the hell do we reach Tekvir in the backline?
Well, Sunprod is going to be upgrading a relic soon. Maybe we could go Blink as our second relic after we get upgraded Shell. That could be pretty solid. Jing Chen also has the double dash there to get to Tekvir. What it probably has to be is you have to blink on Tekvir, bait out the backflip, and then dash after them, and then pop your ultimate. But think about how far away that puts you from the rest of the team. It almost doesn't feel worth it to try to run after Tekvir. It feels like you have to deal with the Bacchus and the Osiris by virtue of the fact that they're going to be a little bit more within your effective play range, right? So Tekvir just gets to be very, very safe. We need more Tank Shred. More Tank Shred, I say. But one Soul Reaver Bluestone combination, I fear, is not going to be enough to quite hack it. Unless, of course, Karma can happen, really overstay, or we're able to focus a ton of CC and damage onto one of the targets. If it's gonna be anything, it probably has to be happen. I don't foresee Osiris dying, like, ever, unless he wants to. Because of those Judgment Tethers, he takes up to 20% less damage at max rank.
Speaking of, both front lines affected by it, they're looking for some prod every single time with that stun, and red buff once again secured by Lean Cuisine. It's small meals, you know, they're low calorie, but they're efficient.
Yeah.
They're getting the gold in pocket they need.
And Lean Cuisine was like my favorite. You know, it's like a Thursday night. The power is shut off, but it's fine. You borrow your neighbor's microwave, you get to have Lean Cuisine. Shout outs. Not too bad.
Delicious.
And they're gonna be scaling pretty hard too. They got the Titan's Bane online for Tekvir.
Double Intoxicate, that's a really good amount of damage on top of Kaidan. Kaidan's actually in trouble. He's going to be able to back off. John Rowing is able to help out with the cavalry charge. Sunprod separated from the rest of the team, but now it's a blue buff steal. In fact, Whirlwind a Rage and Steal comes through, but you only tossed in an Osai, and they don't have to die unless they so choose. That's the Lord of the Afterlife right there. That's just going to mean Lean Cuisine continue to leverage this pressure and, in fact, start to run over Hydrogen Bomb, even without getting any kills.
We even saw it in that last fight, too. Like, Sunprod was up there with Tekvir. They were duking it out. While Karmic and Happen were fighting John Rowing and Kaidan. And who came ahead in that fight? I mean, Karmic and Happen were putting on a significant amount of pressure onto this Guana, onto this Morgan Le Fay. I feel like a large part of that has to do with the fact that they're just going to have more damage overall. John is not doing damage. John is a heal bot and a protection shred bot. All of the damage is on Kaidan, who wants to win battles of attrition. And Lean Cuisine, Karmic and Happen are not interested in battles of attrition. They are interested in getting in your face and just kind of killing you. Karmic has got a Glad Shield to go with that breastplate, or to go with the Dwarven plate and the shifters. Double Engraved Guard? Are we building Stingy and Anchor? Am I insane? What was Double Engraved Guard? This one gets me every time.
I think you are correct. I think Stygian Anchor,
It's
and it makes
stingy,
sense
right?
given the fact that you talked about the anti-heal and how maybe you just need a bit more of it to kind of push you over the edge. Link Cuisine are slowly approaching this precipice to push off Hydrogen Bomb and finally get this bubble to pop.
Look at
Yeah?
Tegvir's build! The Sunbeam Bow! The Sash plus the bow is there, so that's gonna be a huge power spike for Tegvir. Hydrogen Bomb's on a ticking time clock. Like, they have to try to force something, but they really can't.
Yeah, ironically, it's the bomb that now needs to defuse the enemy team. Gotta get active now, but on top of Karmic, is that really the answer? I don't think so, man. Look at the damage they just did with like a whole rotation of the kit from half the team. It's looking like trouble. At the very least, they don't have the heals, but I don't know, man. I still think that the access to the backline is going to be key. You have that blink now from Sunprod, so maybe you still can try to find Tegvir. Beats around for 20 seconds. They're approaching the tower. Starting to get active on the structure at the very least, but they quickly turn back heal.
Say, Lean Cuisine don't have to do anything except wait for Tegvir. So they can soft defend towers. They can let Hydrogen Bomb chip into it a little bit, knowing full well that their win con lies in Tegvir hitting level 20. Which they have, by the way. So now they can get that upgraded Death's Toll. Oh, it's Executioner first. It's not the Sunbeam Bow. I got excited for no reason. Tegvir has trolled me again.
Thrown the game.
Shoutouts Tegvir. Throwing the game. SMH. Not really. I mean, it's just more prot trip, which is still very good. I mean, Tegvir is still that ticking time bomb. I'm just hoping for Bingo.
Oh no, the backflip comes
Yep.
up just in time. They had the beads anyway as insurance, just acted a bit too late. Now the front line could be in danger actually, Sunprod. Up down to about half. The Belch won't find the stun though, and the Conviction shrugs off the cooldowns. Kaidon kind of being left alone, but is able to
John running
sidestep the
anti-heal.
Lord of the Afterlife. Here comes the consuming power. Kaidon finds some decent damage on top of Happen. The minion wave pours through, but the real players don't. Link Cuisine decide to cut their losses and back off.
Now we just need Tegvir to get that starter item upgrade, and then we are in business. Although Hydrogen Bomb have been showing a bit more face here. Maybe once we get some more penetration here for Kaidon, they can start to turn things around. You see that shard built in that 5th slot. Some Ob Shards around the corner here. Upgraded shell for John Rowing. And a beads.
Stygian Anchor.
Help keep them safe. There's that Stingian for Karmic, so we have some more anti-heal. And an E-Staff for Sunprod. And the Blink, as we assumed we saw earlier. But again, we saw Sunprod go in the back line on top of Tegvir and found that they were just too separated from the fight to help with the rest of their team. And that gives Lean Cuisine the in to kind of force something on top of Kaidon there. So,
Yeah.
it really does feel like as long as Tegvir doesn't get caught by Sunprod and is able to walk them back into the team fight and join back up with everybody else, Hydrogen Bomb have a very tough game to play. But how else are you supposed to play it? Like, Sunprod has to get to Tegvir. That is how they win. But it feels like he just can't quite get there.
Feels like Kaidon can't, right? You're not an Ogdi. You don't have a Flame Dash to burst forward and catch up to all the mobility that a Xingqian can provide. Consuming power is maybe the solution, since it covers a very long range and offers that movement speed buff. But even that's risky, because that's Kaidon's best mobility option to escape the pressure from this Bacchus, who's consistently seeking to make her life hell and put her in that exact same location. Blink forward, though, does catch the beads off the Neath, but that opens up the
matches.
way to look for Kaidon. Backline ultimate for backline ultimate, though some decent damage has been applied. Beads used a bit late there by Kaidon. Dragonflight pushes Happen back into the tower. They'll eat some shots for their trouble. Poke War so far being won by Hydrogen Bomb. They're okay with stalling out this fight. Now they look instead for the Osiris, but then quickly realize who they're hitting. Karmic, you're not going to kill them anytime soon. John Rowing, in fact, could be in a bit of trouble. Has to dash back from the Spirit Arrow. That Eggsy does certainly hurt after all, but Hydrogen Bomb still alive, and that means they can heal.
John Rowing will just press that conviction button as much as they can, but you saw what happened when Tegvir was able to connect onto John, even just for a little bit. That health bar got absolutely pieced away. Just need to make sure that Karma can happen. Don't overextend.
Oh, double cavalry charge finds double stun, double root as well. Kai'Don still in the mid lane, now by themselves. The Bacchus is going to leap on top. Lord of the Afterlife tries to follow them, but consuming power gets all that distance. Whirlwind Rage and Steel. I don't know if you want to toss them into Kai'Don, but they're going to try. First kill there for Hydrogen Bomb, but it's a big one. Karma is going to come right back for Karmic. As he get taken out, now it's Tegvir all by their lonesome. The backflip into tower. You can't escape. That's a Guan Yu staring you down. Should have banned him, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. Not gonna save your life. Double kill for Morgan Le Fay.
The cooldown resets, the cooldown reductions from Conviction coming clutch in that fight, because Lean Cuisine fight into everything that Hydrogen Bomb have, back away thinking, cool, we don't have to worry about their ultimates or any of the other engages that they have, but because John Rowing is just spamming Conviction over and over and over again, Hydrogen Bomb just go right back in for the fight. Sunprod's able to hit an ultimate, and then, like I was worried about, Karmic can happen, walk up just a little bit too much, and eat double stun, double knockup. Too much damage.
The Lost Knight's literally the only thing they can do. It's not even worth it to try to turn your attention to the Bacchus, even if they try to steal it away. Let's see if they can, though. Kai'Don takes it with the consuming power. Solid secure from the Morgan Le Fay. Inquisine, though, is rejoining the fray, and Neath can be participant with that World Weaver, even from the distance. But Hydrogen Bomb don't want the fight. They got all they need. Now they take flight. 22 minutes in. It's 2-1, but Music, I gotta say, just the fact that we could see potentially a Guan Yu lose or see history repeat itself, that's all the excitement I need.
I mean, I'm pretty excited. The Sunbeam Bow is finally here for Tegvir. So now this Neath has the damage. We are the late game. So you activate, it's an active item, you pop it, you get extra projectiles that deal 30% of your attack damage as magical damage. So John Rowing and Sunprod and Kai'Don, if they have an overt amount of physical protections, they're going to end up taking a little bit more than maybe they think. But of course, shift or shield for everybody, not quite as relevant. But what matters is all the attack speed that Neath gets.
Blink in from Sunprod with the Whirlwind Rage and Steel forces the backflip out from the Neath. Can't afford to have their beads taken off so quickly. Sunprod on the front lines, some poke being applied to Karmic. Between Karmic and Happen, it's a hard tell to decide who should die first. Power being used there. Might be Happen. Really good damage thanks to the Morgan Le Fay ultimate. Now Happen has no leap, but can you still put him down? No. Able to belly flop back out. Turning their attentions right back to the structure. Beads off of Guan Yu. John Rowing's got to stay alive so he can heal bot away. But Sunprod's not going to be beneficiary of those convictions. A backflip back away from Tegvir since they were awfully low. As the Phoenix continues to get whittled away, but won't be stunned for too much longer. Hydrogen Bomb might not be able to finish the job. Lord of the Afterlife on top of the Sunder does decent damage to Kai'Don. They can't heal back from it quite just yet. Happen is looking to finish the job of Morgan Le Fay. They're displacement immune. Dragon's Flight does not matter, but more conviction. Good knock-up. Great Intoxicate. Trouble. But Kai'Don's still alive in the ultimate from Sunprod. Heals properly. Away from the mage. Now, the poke war is going back in the favor of Hydrogen Bomb. Consuming power. Does so much damage to Happen. Sunprod follows him through the wall, but I don't think that Furious War is going to be enough. You might have sold away your own life. Good route there on Tegvir, but the backflip and the Phoenix are there to ensure that Lean Cuisine stay alive. Hydrogen Bomb finally have to sound the horn for retreat, but man, what an intense fight.
What a great defense from Lean Cuisine. They wait out the Lost Knight debuff. Their Phoenix still stands, and they almost entirely turned it around on top of Hydrogen Bomb. If Kai'Don didn't have each member of Lean Cuisine lined up for that consuming power there, I don't know what happens at that fight. Lean Cuisine are able to gas pedal it, but Happen just gets absolutely destroyed there, and they're forced to back up. My goodness. Tegvir is able to pump some damage here, but Karmic is really the one getting in there, top of the damage chart so far, just barely beating out Kai'Don. And Tegvir bought and used a Elixir of Strength I just saw.
Alright guys, let's be to the punching bag, aka Karmic. Takes a quarter of their health, so they're not going to be quite as healthy if the fight continues, and Happen's actually in trouble. Happen might just die. Whirlwind Rage and Steel. Narrowly evaded by the belly flop. I like that Sunprod is letting his rip. Happen no longer quite as tanky as you once might have believed. That Sphere of Negation is being negated.
Yeah, Kai'Don has the Ob Shard online and a Soul Gem, so we're really relying on all these proc damages. Soul Gem gets a lot of value here because they're just spamming all of our cooldowns. Happen.
Kaidon being hunted out
Kaidon?
here.
Neath
So far.
ult.
Consuming power is going to come through. Judgment Tethers not find the CC thanks to that consuming power. Kaidon safe for now, but a leap on over.
Oh no!
The Osiris leapt on out. That could be trouble. Happens all by their lonesome. Tegvir's got to back them up, but the Spirit Arrow's off the mark. And John Rowing still at full health. Rolling a Raging Steel finds Happen. They're going to look to try to grind down this Bacchus to a fine pace. Do they have that belly flop? One more shell on top. It's enough to get the Bacchus out, but all their relics went into keeping the support alive. And now, Cavalry Charge going to chase down Tegvir. Finds the stun, forces the beads. No relics left here for Lean Cuisine. As Hydrodron Bomb maybe can look to try to take down Karmic. They don't have that Lord of the Afterlife, but boy is that Osai tanky. Might not even matter. Tegvir plucks away at the bowstring, but Sunprod laughs at your autos. Kaidon takes down Karmic. No beads left. A blink right into the root. Tegvir's in trouble as Sunprod tries to hunt them down. That's a Spirit of Vengeance after them. But the Revenant can't find the kill, nor can the consuming power. We tore it instead. Towards Happen and burn away that bird. A few more autos is all they need. And the structure will go down. 36 seconds up till Karmic is back. Hydrogen Bomb proving that no matter what you do, Guan Yu is inevitable.
Oh man, Happen jumping in as Karmic is ulting out, Happen jumps in. They swap places and then Happen has to be saved by the rest of the team. This causes Lean Cuisine to take a fight that they're just not quite ready for. And John Rowing finds a good ultimate engage in on top of Tegvir. That opens up the Phoenix. Now Lean Cuisine down Karmic have to find a way to defend this Lost Knight, but that's going to be hard to do. Because how are you going to do it? Tell you how they're going to do it. They're just not going to do it, it looks like.
Around the back line happens here. Tegvir from the front alongside Karmic. Just going to try to apply some poke here to Kaidon. Blink on in, finds two off the roll with a Raging Steel. Neath's got no beads, Neath's got no life. Kaidon takes him out with a sweep of the sword. Judgment Tethers, but you've been weighed, you've been measured. Karmic's being found, poke the hell out. Lord of the Afterlife does find the damage on top of the Morgan Le Fay, but you don't have your Neath, so it's not going to be enough. Conviction is surely coming, and your judgment is as well. Karmic put on the block, their head will roll, and now Bacchus is the only one left.
It was the win con of Hydrogen Bomb. When Sunprod is able to connect to Tegvir, everything crumbles for Lean Cuisine, and it happens right at the very end. So Hydrogen Bomb can begin their final siege.
Hydrogen Bomb, man. Prove that history tends to repeat itself. Read your books, buddy. Sunprod has been making sure they're paying good attention in school. Lean Cuisine gets taken to it themselves. They get gobbled up, and Hydrogen Bomb move on.
As much as I do believe the Neath build has the potential to shred tanks, it just cannot keep up with the amount of healing that John Rowing was putting out. It is a known factor. We know this about the Guan Yu specifically.
Stop it!
It's so good. But, you know, they were playing really well into Hydra. Like, Lean Cuisine had really good fights leading up to it.
Yeah, man.
Pick up Sunprod right away. They scale towards the late game. They're looking really strong. At some point, though, Happen was just not able to tank as much as time went on, right? And this moment here, double stun, double knock-up, double root, all this damage. And it puts Karmic and Happen so low, and that really enables Kaidon to just kind of let loose. And then that ultimate from the Xing Chen. Like, my goodness.
I think part of it generally does come through the fact that, well, one, Kaidon's damage just did come online, but two, you don't have these immediate stuns, which means these Talal assaults are meeting their full extent. You're getting all your procs shredded, baby. I don't care how many Sphere of Negations you got built up. Talal assault's going to reduce it to cinders. That just meant that the front line couldn't frontline as long as they wanted to, especially in these battles of attrition. Look how many convictions, look how many green circles are going to appear in this like 10-second little interaction. I counted 4. It's disgusting.
1, 2,
disgusting.
2. Let's see. 3. He's stunned. He can't do it. Dashes in. 4.
Sesame Street, folks.
Right. Tallow.
Learn numbers with us.
5. Dash.
6.
6, because the dash also makes the cooldowns good. He ults. 7. Boom. 8. Boom. 9.
Learn counting with
Good
Guan Yu.
Lord.
I'm gonna like take my kid and like put him on my knee And like the first thing I'm gonna teach my child is be like, we ban Guan Yu in Joust. We don't summer bash around with Guan Yu players, buddy. If you meet a Guan Yu player, resist the peer pressure, all right, buddy? Like, it's like 5th grade health class. What do you do if your friend tells you they've got Guan Yu in a Joust queue? You go home.
You go
Mom,
home.
they're playing Guan Yu in my Joust games.
Mom, come pick me up. They're playing Guan.
No, I'm scared.
Oh, you see, little Dilo, Guan's actually pretty good. Wait. Oh my goodness. 40k ally healing.
Yeah, dude.
Shout out.
Pretty good.
Not too bad. 78k damage mit from Sunprod. 100k damage mit from Happen. Like, these tanks were getting in there. They're very, very tanky. And the damage from Tengri looked pretty solid, too, but Kaidan eked it out just by a little bit more, too.
Link Cuisine, where's your ally healing? Oh, it's so sad. Oh, 0?
Where's your ally healing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Noted.
Oof. You haven't gotten that? Well, it's all the rage nowadays, and I'm in a rage seeing another Guan Yu round. Hopefully, Musy, I'm using all 3 of my Aladdin Genie wishes for no Guan Yu next game. Whether that comes to pass, we'll find out shortly. Stick around, more Summer Bash after the break. Hello everyone and welcome on back to Smite Prime NA Joust Summer Bash. The plays are always premium and the Guan Yus are sadly always winning. There was a 75% win rate on that when it was picked. I'd love to see the timeline where it lost. Dear God, take me there. Sounds like a vacation in my own right. Anyway, I'm D'Lo. Nice to meet you. Musy, here right by my side. Tess, Red Rosie Panda, your almighty eyes in the sky, having to watch in horror as more Guan Yus played every single time. Jithin's behind the curtain, also probably upset. And you, watching at home. Maybe enjoying it. Maybe not. You psychos. Bracket coming at you here. Let's see what other Guan Yu players continued on through the ranks. It's not even like a bracket. It's just like who picked Guan Yu showcase. Guan Yu Hall of Fame.
Guan Yu of Fame? Guan of Fame? Guano.
Like guano, am I right?
Workshop it.
Stinky.
Stinky. But we do see that Duduin's basement actually
Yeah.
through there. So unfortunately, what was it, the Boog Squad? We're not going to be able to keep it going. Thing is,
They played
versus
Guan Yu, they deserve
Humongous. Yeah, it happens. Avengers versus Two Thorns, One Dahlia, and then Hydrogen Bomb and Theater Thugs is what our quarterfinals look like so far today. And we're going to be looking at the Thing Is versus Humongous. We haven't seen either of these teams so far today. But we are going to see if they know. Do they know? Are they aware? Because one of them is about to find out if they didn't know already.
PvP's coming at us right now, guys. This is the most afraid I've ever been. I watched Obsession recently, and I'm actually more scared right now. It would be a The thing is, it would be a humongous blunder if they don't ban this Guan Yu.
Very nice.
We'll
Very
find
nice.
out if they do. I keep in mind, folks, that the Joust bans are different. It's not turn bans. It is instead you select 3 and the enemy team selects 3.
Yep.
They're blind. You can very well double ban the same god, do as you please, but that does mean that Humongous obviously batter with a very large advantage in the sense that they know that if they don't ban the Guan Yu, it's either going to be banned or it's going to be theirs if they want it for first pick.
Yes, the Thing Is have to ban the Guan. Otherwise, Humongous will pick it up. Humongous could ban the Guan, but only if they are not going to play it. And then I'd be interested to see what they would want to prio instead of that Guan Yu. Now, the Thing Is looks to have a pretty stacked team here. I mean, Rong Yu, Zab, and Benny Q versus Humongous, which is, you know, I don't know any of these players, and I love saying that sentence because I always love seeing new players on the scene, especially when they make it so far into these tournaments. So we have Ethiopian. That's good. I like that. Brandolonian. Oh my gosh. Hey, never mind. I don't like new players anymore.
Makwoku, Brandolonian,
Goku!
Ethiopian. Next god coming to Smite.
Carly Steffer. That's easy. I can do that one. That one's fine. Brandolonian. Now
What?
wait a minute.
What?
That can't be. What just happened? Was it
I wish for.
Oh,
Well.
okay. So it was a Wukong first pick, and then the Thing Is pick up Aladdin and Sobek. Now, I have some questions about this whole thing as a general rule. My first one is Wukong in the first pick slot. Not what I expected at all. I don't think
Humongous.
I could have guessed. There are like 70 gods in the game, and I would have guessed like 40 others before the Sun Wukong. And then the Aladdin to respond. Now, Aladdin is a late game hyperscaler who does a secret, sneaky amount of damage in the early game, but he really relies on farm and getting to that late game. So the Thing Is are absolutely looking to play for that 20-minute mark. It feels like that's kind of like the late game moment in Joust, where Humongous are going to have a lot of damage very early on here. New Thor, Wukong, these are all picks that can get, down in the mix. There's a healthy amount of CC to be able to lock down. I mean, Thor wall into Hammer, into Wukong Cudgel. There's a lot of range that we can play with here to poke out either an Aladdin or Loki.
Interesting stuff here. Humongous have some really great
This is,
CC immune ultimates. Some great safety CC immune ultimates as well. 3 ultimates that remove you completely from combat, in fact. Between the Anvil of Dawn, Skyfall, as well as Somersault Cloud. They're all going to the sky. Just kind of hanging up in the clouds. The thing is, literally, they have some really solid engage between Aladdin Leap, Loki Assassinate, Sobek Pluck. There is no lack of ways to access the back line. It's a question of whether this front line from Humongous will let you get there.
Yeah. Here's the thing about Wukong.
Yeah.
Wukong does not do as much as some of the other tanks in terms of making space in a front line. Wukong is really good at harassing a back. So it feels like the Thing Is we'll be able to look to go on the Snoot fairly easily, or just kind of look to pluck the Wukong, right? Like, I feel like they could scoop them out pretty simply.
Not wrong on that. We'll find out if it goes well for Wrong You. And the rest of the thing is we hop into game. Humongous, the thing is, once again, D'Lo Musi. Also, once again, Red Rosie Panda, Tess, Dithens, you, Mwah. Let's take a look here.
Oh.
Loki Aspect. Yuck.
That makes sense.
It does.
Loki Aspect has been very popular in Conquest, kind of like a dark horse pick in Conquest, because like some solo laners will play it, but most are very focused on like the Osais and the Mordreds of the world. Don't blame them. Love those picks. But this Loki can do a pretty significant amount of damage while building as a tank, and he still gets to keep his base ultimate. What the Aspect does is it makes it so that he doesn't go invisible off his one anymore, but he can blind you, which is still a pretty frustrating CC to play into. And it turns him into a tank, basically. So he's very much so a in-your-line, front-line tank.
Ooh. Great double stun there from the Thor. Results in a lot of damage on the front line. Benny Q hunted out here by the Sun Wukong transformation. A pluck on top of Sun Wukong, but the root through the wall could mean trouble. For Wrong You, the Staff Slam comes through, but the Sobek does get out the other end of the day. No! Double tap! Can't finish the job thanks to a well-timed Phantom Shell. The thing is, stay alive.
Ethan, I'm gonna call him Ethan, has the Warrior's Axe, Health Sash, and the Medallion there. So we have a lot of health and health regen early on in the game, but also great poke with this Cudgel, being able to deal that true damage at range. Now, I'm very used to seeing Wukongs go like a Conduit or maybe a Bluestone, but I do like the return to form here with this Warrior's Axe. We lack a little bit of damage for clear, but think about how your Joust dynamics work, right? The mage can clear.
Uh-oh. Think about how the level 5 difference works. Loki's going to quickly put it to good use. No one from Humongous has it. And that means they're in trouble. Inside the lamp we go. Brandon is going to find her, and Ethan will fall outside the lamp for the first blood. A good stun buys you some time, but only provides a wall, a playground for the Aladdin to dance on you with. Benny Q finds the second kill. The thing is, take the lead.
That's a scary start for the thing is, because this Aladdin is that late game scaler that we've been looking at. It's like they're building strength, though, so they could get online a little bit sooner. I feel like the int items are just a bit more expensive, whereas strength items, you can get the value from them faster. Means that we're relying off that genie damage more than anything.
Wait.
For context,
I know what
genie,
this is.
You know what this is?
Legacy
you play a lot of
taught it to me.
Aladdin, actually.
Legacy taught it to me. It's the Jotuns into Deso into Worldstone build. It's the Infinilamp. It's the Infinilamp. Benny Q's been playing this. You just keep on relying on the cooldown resets. That being said, in Joust, there's not as many people to kill, so I'm not sure quite how active it's going to be. That being said, in Joust, every fight's a team fight, so it'll still work out. Skyfall evaded as the Aladdin takes to the skies with the wall run. I'm pretty sure Musiet's what it's... Nope, never mind. Transcendence. I'm stupid.
Well, I'm with you on Infinilamp. That could still be kind of fun. I feel like the thing is could still opt for it if they wanted to look at something like that. Could be Transcendence Book of Thoth still too. We haven't seen too much of that since the nerfs that they saw, but I think Aladdin being a dual scaler still gets quite a bit of benefit from that build. And he's Aladdin, so he'll just kind of be like eternally good.
Yeah.
But talking about some of the other picks here, Ethan's found their Yogi's necklace. And he got plucked.
That's trouble. They lost 72 transformations because of it. Has to instead use Somersault Cloud to take this guy again. Plucking the Sun Wukong. You mentioned it. We see it. It's a great gosh darn option because you're not immune to CC in the dash. Now instead it's an assassination attempt and one that's successful. Benny Q inside the lamp takes down Carl. Plucking the Sun Wukong right outside that tower. Here comes a wish.
Oh, the power!
And here comes the death. Ethan will fall, and Benny Q somehow stays alive. Man, oh man. 5 kills, 3 minutes. A far cry from what we saw last game.
Gem of Focus is the start for Carl here. A little different from what we're used to for the Newt. But the movement speed will be handy and not necessary to try to escape the clutches of a Sobek, an Aladdin, and a Loki. Feels like there's just so much lockdown here from the Thing Is comp. Because Loki's able to ult somebody, Benny Q can wall run and jump down on somebody. Wrong You's got the pluck. If Brando uses his hammer, that guy's toast. We saw it earlier. He threw the hammer out to follow up off a wall stun. And They just jumped on him and they killed him. The Thor's got nowhere to go. He's got the Jotuns to start things off, so no prots means that he'll be in a tough spot when he gets jumped on.
Decent damage on a Benny Q. Ronga could be in trouble if the body blocks come through, but the tail whip gets them out of dodge after they dash into the tower. I was going to say earlier on that a problem for the Thing, as I can see in the future, is that they lack effective range. The only in-hand ranged character in this game is the Newt. But the thing is, has so much easy access to the backline. You mentioned it. Assassinate just skips the line, dude. It's like those jerks back in middle school who just cut the lunch line saying, oh no, I'm just talking to my friend. I know you're not talking to your friend. You're the last order of cheese dippers. I hate you.
Yeah, those are my dippers, by the way. Like, I waited in line. The lunch lane and I are cool together. She saved the dippers
I would tattle.
for me, and you're gonna try to take those? Oh, I'm tattling 100%. Lamp?
Trouble. Good Skyfall there, evaded by a better agile leap onto the wall. Sultan's
Here they
Grace
come.
as well. Benny Q's leaving for a
Teammates
decent
on the
amount of
way.
time, actually. This is going to be trouble. But Benny Q's still locked between a rock and a hard place. They somehow managed to get out. Oh, thank God they die. Immortality instantly popped, though, back into action. Carly does not have the same ability. Brandon double taps their way on out. The tower's disabled, by the way, so no help coming from the structure. Feeds forced off from the Assassinate, and the Dancing Blades will result in Brandon being taken out right beneath the Phoenix anyway. Now a great pluck on top of the Sun Wukong once more. But they do seem to have enough health to survive the onslaught. 1-7 from the Thing is.
The immediate Immo wish is crazy. There's that Jotuns for Benny Q, though. I think you're on the mark with the Infinilamp. That's one piece of it.
Infinilamp.
Infinilamp. Feels like something Benny Q would do. I mean, Thing is healthily ahead at this point. And we talk about how objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. Joust is a game of inches where you get a 500 gold lead, you build on that. Thing is, have taken their small little gold lead, invested it, and it has turned a massive profit. Is it a bull market? Bear market? I don't really know stocks. But I'll tell you one
would say
thing.
it's a bull in a China cabinet market.
Bull in a China cabinet, because everything's breaking. The thing is breaking the bones of Humongous. Talked about how they have easy access to the backline. What can Humongous do to play into that? How do they deal with the engage from the Thing is? They don't. That's the tough pill to swallow. Maybe you can Tiger Sun on top of your teams. Maybe you can root on top, but I don't think anybody from Thing is cares about that.
Oh, a dodge there of the charge Preludes. Good Skyfall, too. Pulls back in, too.
Not bad.
But this Newt does not have the damage, really, to shred through anyone just yet. Lamp comes through and will find the mark. That's okay. Brandon's going to join the battle. Phantom Shell allows Thor to get to the sky. Benny Q could be in trouble. There's wave to the circle, but the stun! It needs to link it to the next one, though! Thor instead decides to go for the Sobek, tries to take the exit! Your cowardice will be repaid with death! Brandon tries to absolutely abandon Ethan, and now Ethan is going to be sent to the same destination in hell. Double kill for Benny Q, and now they're off the top ropes looking for Carly.
Ooh, Benny Q just barely able to live, and Carly is not able to survive. Benny Q's out, though.
And the Titan also can't die, guys. You do have to take down the Phoenix, by the way. It's kind of a
BT
game
dubs.
mechanic we've had for a bit. 8 minutes. 2 to 10. 5K the way
minutes?
the Thing is. Yeah, right? Dude, holy crap. Do you see how much fun we can have when there's not a Guan Yu?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a good time. I cannot stop thinking about the fact that, like, Ethan had such a good stun onto Benny there, and I was like, and the Thor's in the air, and the Aladdin's kind of low, and we could just dunk on that guy and own him, and the camera pans up, and the Thor's still in the air, and I'm like, no. No. That's so
like the idea,
sad.
too.
Dude, I was right there. If I'm the Wukong, I'm clear comms. Like, oh my goodness.
Brandon is not going to have your back in a bar fight. You're like, is that your boy? That's not my boy. Brandon
That's not my
holds
boy.
out.
I don't even know that guy. I'm not even from this town. I don't know these people. I'm just trying to get home. Is that my Uber? I gotta bounce. Right.
Oh, Lost Night has been taken, which means the Phoenix is this time disabled, but you still do have to take it out in order to actually get to the juicy, gooey Titan center of this base. Thing is, get to work on that. Never mind. They skip the line once more. Benny Q cuts it, butts it, coconuts it. Carly's already dead. Sun Wukong's in the Somersault Cloud. At least they survive.
Shoutouts. You see how much damage that Aladdin did too? Just absolutely tore through
He's a shifter shield.
the newt there.
Of course he does.
He's got shifter shield. Like, oh man, and now he can't die.
This is trouble. Well, you do at least have that shield to grind through before the sub-execute will find you, so Sun Wukong lives for a bit longer. NQ turns their attentions over to him. Sidesteps the Skyfall. Carly does take down the Sobek. Thor, this time actually tries to ride for their boys, but quickly realizes maybe it's not the best idea. I don't know them, I swear! NQ does not seem to care. Double kill for Aladdin once more.
Well, the bright side for Humongous is that they're able to stall for time a bit here. They're making trades. We lose a couple of people, but we take one of the thing is. So as long as we're able to make some trades, we can get some more gold in our pocket to finish our builds. And when it comes to builds, we are building items, and that is good. Maybe
Bladed
some
boomerang.
tech that I'm not entirely familiar with. Who is the boomerang?
Oh! Are we freaking duck shooting? What are we playing right now? Is this Duck Hunt? Is this Bow World? This is death for Sun Wukong, I fear. No boys to back you up. Kufik invocation, shotgun spray to the back of the head. Ethan is once again sleeping with the fishes.
Bro, what do you do about that one? So
Oh!
unfortunate. Like, it's
Oh,
just
man.
from the 3-point line. Rah,
Bang!
Bang!
Alright, minion wave's coming through, but the Titan might not survive to even see the fire approaching on the horizon. Good stun,
Oh,
though. It's
there
a
it
good
is.
for Loki, actually.
Follow
Brandon
up.
commits
Boys.
fratricide, takes down Loki. Benecu's got to go. You're abandoning the Newt. Help your boys, I beg of you. Thor comes descending on down, but Subexecute's waiting. Chomp. Carly's done.
Oh, and Benny Q cleans it up. Wukong will go into the air. But for what? Not to jump back in. I'll tell you that much. Oh, maybe, actually.
No, don't do it, Ethan. We've learned your transgressions. Great pluck to answer back the Ox form, but Benecu's got no cooldowns to finish the job. Fire minions are pouring on in. Carly's up in 8. I don't know if it's enough time to save the structure. We'll find out, though, as Ethan continues to try to put up a fight. Inside the lamp's gonna have to be the venue, as now they try to stay alive for long enough to stall. Brandon and Carly are back up. The Titans nearly back down, but Benecu double tapped away. Shut down this time from Thor.
Here comes Zav to play off of wrong. You plucks off the mark, though.
Oh no, Brandon's got to be able to help them out, but they have nothing to do so. The dot damage has already taken
Sunder.
effect, which means Carly will succumb to it. Brandon has to choose between safety or the Titan. Finally realizes the power of friendship, but it's all too little, all too late. The thing is, they just won.
Sun. Well,
Sunder rings.
Sunder rings. Benecu's playing Aladdin. What do you say to that? Right? I mean, that was a exciting game for sure. It really did feel like the draft from the thing ends just completely had every answer into anything that Humongous wanted to do here. Like, just straight to the back line, kill the Newt, move on to the next thing. Wukong was never able to really threaten. I feel like the one time they were able to really set something up, we just didn't have the right follow-up. So, Benny Q was able to get away with murder, and I mean that in a literal sense.
Yep. Ouch. We're going to definitely see that long-range lamp at some point, but Benny Q was just kind of going crazy with that stuff. We'll see if it ends up being a recurring theme, if we end up getting to see the thing is once more. I wonder if the Aladdin makes a return. But it shows, finally, that there is room for fun compositions when you ban that Guan Yu.
Say, look at this. No healing. The world is healing. There was a healing. Past tense. Man, I can't believe Benny Q lived for as long as they did. Like, even before the shifter shield. Like, Aladdin is just so mobile, but look at all the lockdown here. He just walks back, forth, and back, and forth. Gets out of the lamp. I was gonna freak out if he actually was able to get all the way away. But forced to pop that Emma wish.
Oh, this is the moment. Look at that. This is it. This is it. It's gonna
stun.
Brandon, where are you? I gotta get out of here, man.
Oh.
He's like, man, I didn't sign up for this, man. That's Benny Q, man. I thought we were having a fun
Smite
Joust
2
tournament, man.
Vegas MVP.
Oh,
Q.
dear God. Oh, Lord.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
another shotgun spray. Benny Q, yeah, really did execute quite well. If Paul was around, I'm sure that he'd be very proud to see that the legacy lives on as far as the Aladdin stompers here in Smite Prime. There's the long-range lamp. Disgusting. Ethan should just drop the keyboard right there.
Yeah, that's a tough one to play into, because you're like, that never hits me. It clipped me. That's ridiculous. That hitbox is like chunky too. Lamp is...
Dude, it's the tail on Sun Wukong.
It's kind of forgiving. Very forgiving hitbox. If the game thinks you hit it, you hit it. No real questions involved there. Oh my.
That was fun though. That was definitely a good change of pace. I think we really needed that. Now back to our regularly scheduled Guan Yu programming, folks.
Yeah, for real. Look at this.
Hope you enjoyed the
0
commercial break.
ally healing. Shout out.
Oh, the dream. My actual dream to see. My sleep paralysis demons of Guan Yu. It's just a conviction sound over and over again.
I'm gonna change your ringtone. Every time you get a text, it's gonna be
Bing!
a conviction sound.
Ah!
Chung. No!
At least my cooldowns will be
Hey, Dilo.
reduced. Oh, man.
What are you doing for dinner tonight? Chung.
I am not coming to Wisconsin to visit you anymore. You scare me.
Yep.
I'm terrified.
What's
But
gonna happen?
I'm also terrified of the future, folks. We all are. The existential dread of another Guan Yu, it grips all of our hearts. Will it end up coming to pass? We'll find out shortly. Stick around. More Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to Smite Prime Summer Bash and a Joust. Semifinals coming up. The plays are certainly always premium. And the Guan Yus, maybe here. We'll find out. D-Lo here in the booth, joined by Musi right by my side. Almighty eyes in the sky. Tess Red Rosie Panda. Jason's behind that curtain. Bracket coming at you. Boom!
Bomba! Semis. The Thing Is versus the Avengers, Deduin's Basement versus Hydrogen Bomb. This is looking like a pretty solid semifinals bracket here.
Nice. I believe we're going to be looking at Deduin's Basement versus Hydrogen Bomb. Haven't gotten to see Deduin's Basement grace the stream just yet. So we'll find out if they, too, are Guan Yu merchants, or if maybe it's off the shelves.
So, it's a lot on our plate. There's a lot that
A lot
I'm
of lean
thinking
cuisines.
about.
What
A
you
lot of
think
lean
about that?
cuisines.
Yeah.
Thinking about the little brownie that you can get inside that lean cuisine.
I haven't had lean cuisines for a
Sucks.
while. I remember their mac and cheese was not very good, but I remember like the nuggets were good. The
So here's
brownies were
here's
heat
the thing
tests.
about lean cuisine. Like none of lean cuisine was good. I don't think we were eating lean cuisine because it was good. You know, I was eating it because it was available. You know, that's just me.
It's true. It's true. I feel like of the microwavable like meal brands, like there's Hamburger Helper. I think Hamburger Helper is low key near the top. It's like
Well, that's not microwavable. Hamburger Helper is
not?
there's no. Hamburger Helper is it comes in a box, and then you brown the hamburger and you make it in like a skillet, like because you have to the milk, and
I'm
powder,
mixing it
and
up.
the noodles and the water. You know what's like an actual high quality frozen meal? Hungry Man. Hungry Mans are pretty good.
that's me.
If I've got a little money to splurge, I like to get the Hungry Mans.
That sounds rather good. What kind of stuff do they give you? Like what are the options that we're talking
Real
about here?
manly man, hungry man food that they give you. Chicken,
Okay.
pork, barbecue.
Vegetarians?
Different kind of
You're not a real
chicken.
man.
Yeah, no vegetarians and hungry man. Don't upset me. Vegetarians and hungry man. Don't.
Sorry.
About
Picks
your
and pants are
picks.
coming at us, guys. P's and B's coming at us here, folks. Deduin's basement.
All over there.
I bet in Deduin's basement, Deduin's mom is just constantly a never-ending stream of Hungry Mans flooding into Deduin's basement. Mom,
Did you eat your
we're Hot
Hungry
Pockets.
Mans?
Mom, I'm trying to win Smite Prime. Shut up.
Mom, I'm like locked in right now. Mom, I have to play Guan Yu, Mom.
Mom, I have to spam conviction 10 times. Don't you understand? Oh, okay. They hath honor.
Super
So does
ban.
Hydrogen Bomb. Hydrogen Bomb, you guys are the ones who used it, alright? Oh, I hate you, Hydrogen Bomb. I want to pour a barrel of oil on John
pick
Rowing
it?
and light him on
And a
fire.
bear. What?
That sucks. Hercules pick. That's unfortunate.
Okay. Right. All right. Well, things are getting heated.
Yes,
Things
they
are getting
are.
exciting. We're gonna take off a layer here. We're gonna talk about this Hercules. Speaking of heat, there's that Agni as well. Hercules was part 1 of the Hydrogen Bomb comp that we saw earlier today. Here's what it does, right? It's a bunch of mitigations. It's a bunch of self-sustain, but also pluck into driving strike is very strong. Hercules is able to fend for himself pretty well, while also setting up a bunch for the team. We just need some follow-up to go with this Hercules.
Sobek is the follow-up, or rather the initiation at the very least, for Hydrogen Bomb. We saw how well that could be used to skip the backline, but Hercules is rather beefy, so can maybe try to bluster their way in front of any charged preys incoming. Like you said, though, well, it is the follow-up. It's an E-set. That also could be frontline if they decide to go aspect, but based on the formula we've been seeing, I think that might just be the backline. No, hold on a second. Maybe that is frontline, because there's an on-her there to back her up.
Well, and also think about who's on Deduin's basement, right? It's an EU squad. They're very firm believers in the ESET aspect solo, which I am as well. It's a ton of utility. Plus, being able to offer shields and a silence is going to be very strong into a Sobek / an Agni. Can stop a Sobek in their tracks, while also providing a lot of setup because of the slow as well. It makes Hercules' jobs easier. And the On Her being able to have a little bit of prot shred attached to their autos makes it a pretty strong pick here, because there are so many tanks that we like to lock in. Now, Hydrogen Bomb with this Augie Sobek, now we just need one more tank to fill in the gap here. And I wouldn't hate to see something along the lines of Achilles or Artio, something like that. Achilles would be especially good here. ESAT's not going to be going too much in the way of damage, and the On Her is going to be dealing a bunch of physical damage that the the Achilles shield could block. But instead, it's another squishy. It's another damage dealer. So we have a very aggro scaling team for Hydrogen Bomb that I wonder if Deduin's Basement can simply out-tank and out-spank and put them down.
I'm looking towards this Hercules to be the real linchpin of Deduin's Basement. If they can weather the storm, if they can take the heat from the suns and the flames, Hydrogen Bomb will be pretty easily taken out. But if that Hercules maybe takes some early spills, doesn't get up to that build quickly enough, then there could be trouble. Ow!
Gesundheit.
I was trying so hard to keep it down. I was like, oh, thank God I got to the end. Thank God I got to the end of that sentence. Oh man. I had to take a breather. Come on.
I had a follow up. I had stuff to say, and it's gone. It's gone. It's all gone, Dilo. Luckily,
Game coming at us
we
here.
are saved. Yeah.
Thank God. Get us out. Daz! Help me!
Yes!
Oh,
Hey!
sweet. So,
You.
Sap7 on Twitch on the aspect. He talked about it. We're seeing it. What does this ESET aspect do that makes her better than the base form?
I mentioned it before. It's all that utility, right? She's got a stun, she's got a silence, the slow, but she doesn't have to hit the silence to give the shields to her teammates. She can offer people health regen. Her ultimate, still that classic ESET ultimate, where she's able to give people a pretty significant chunk of health. Ah, thank you, Rosie, for the hover here. So Dispel Magic no longer requires an enemy god to hit to give the shields, and it also applies Transference to all allies it shields. That's going to be relevant to the ESET passive. She's able to give people a little bit of extra HP 5, but also applies a movement speed aura. So it basically speeds up the team while slowing down the enemy team. When its projectiles hit enemies, the Wing Gust, they also get transference. So it's just a lot of sustain and a lot of utility. Plus, with that Bombas, we're able to weave in those ESET autos pretty effectively.
Ooh. Driving Strike and Impale not being quite used as effectively as you want. But that being said, every single member to Deduin's Basement has a stun. It's pretty gosh darn good. TP on over. They lost the red buff, so we'll settle for a purple instead. That being said, Hydrogen Bomb will arrive on time. Billy tries to block their
Oh, they
approach,
drop
but
it!
I don't think they're going to be able to get it. Unfortunate, but I
Well,
think
they
the
got
Spirit
it!
Bomb actually finished the job. Not too shabby. They won't be able to go back to pick up the buff itself, but the farm's the real prize.
I was so worried for Deduin's Basement there, because they got shoved off by Hydrogen Bomb, who just made such a big presence. And when they walked away from it, I was like, oh, that's so sad. But Hydrogen Bomb, I think, still had... You did it. They still had the buff leashed, which meant that the Spirit Ball was able to actually damage the camp. It was just able to get in there, get that last bit that we need. Now, we're going to address the shifter shield size elephant in the room here. Yes, Deduin and Sap7 and John Rowing will all have shifter shield. So how is Hydrogen Bomb and Deduin's Basement dealing with it? Well, Adapting should be building a similar build to what we saw Tagveer go. It's a lot of on-hit effects. Think Tearfing, Chin's Blade, Executioner, Avenging Blade, Sunbeam Bow, that style. Kaidan, Bluestone, Soul Reaver, Chronos Pendant. You know Proc Slot, we know it well. And Sunprod should be going a similar build with the Ho Yi. And I feel like Adapting gets a little bit more out of it because he has Prot Shred attached to his passive. But I will say, in Joust, I do really like Ho Yi Ultimate because the Suns cover up so much space. And they can also block off corridors. I mean, look at the left side jungle, right? You see how big that gap is? It's a perfect size hole for a Ho Yi Sun to just lock in there. And there's no shells from anybody from Hydrogen Bomb. We all have beads. Same style with Deduin's Basement. So these player-made obstacles, specifically, from Sunprod and the On Her pillar from Adapting, get a lot more value because we just cannot walk through it. We have to go around it.
I also do like adapting on this On Her for a reason that I wouldn't say unless I knew how good these players were, which we're at the top levels. This is semifinals, so they certainly are. Is that you can kind of use it as a bit of a safety net. And we've seen this happen before whenever there's a Sobek faced up against an On Her. If you're quick enough with the trigger placement as well as with the precision, you can actually catch someone with that pillar right there. Thanks for the demonstration, Adapting. Not quite the right moment, but the thought's there. So if it's your E set getting plucked up, the On Her very well could be the peel god actually to save her.
Just body block the person getting flung. You can also Desert's Fury in response to a pluck, like you can pre-beads, pre-ult the pluck. So I feel like there are a lot of options for Deduin's Basement to deal with the Sobek. Hydrogen Bomb will earn another red buff. That means Deduin's Basement probably has to book it to the purple. Now, Tearfing is up and available for Sunprod, but Chin's Blade first item for Adapting. I feel the Chin's Blade is a scaling item. It fits better towards the later end of your build.
Yeah.
So Adapting is not getting as much value from this Chin's Blade this early in the game just because there's not enough health to scale with your bonus damage. Versus if you look at Tearfing, like it just gives you a flat number that is just very strong early. You're like, yeah, plus like 30 or 25 damage per auto, and you can get more out of it too. Yeah, 15 bonus damage. You increase bonus damage by plus 15 for 4 seconds. It stacks once. You get 1 stack per 4 levels, max 6 stacks. So as long as you're able to hold down those left clicks and keep that on, Tearfing gives you so much more damage early game than a Chin's Blade. Plus it has just better stats overall attached to the item itself.
Just stun into stun off the Driving Strike Spirit Ball combo. Unfortunately, the damage is not there. And you're right, Musi. For our new players here who are learning how to build, just in general, flat numbers are better early game, and percent numbers are typically better late when you have a lot more stats built up for those percents to actually matter. Right now, with only a Shifter Shield in the Sobek's pocket, yeah, that Chins won't be doing all that much, I fear. Adapting, though. Trying to make sure they still get their presence known. Staying safe beneath these marks of the Golden Crow. Hydron Bomb really trying to lob these ricochets at him. Sunprod actually, interestingly enough, on this Hoi Yi when they were the Xingqian before. I wonder how it's going to affect their gameplay given that they were playing a front line so shortly ago.
Sunprod's pretty flexible. He can play the front line, he can play the back line, he can play like junglers. He's very good at the junglers. So I feel he's just able to pick whatever the team needs in the moment. Adapting has a shield and a rune to follow up that Chin's Blade. Shifters should be on the way for Adapting as well, which might explain the early purchase on this Chin's Blade. Because I almost wonder if we're going for value damage. What I mean when I say by that is like we're gonna get a Chin's Blade, a Shifter Shield, then we go like XC Avenging Blade, and then most of our damage is from in-hand autos plus this Chin's Blade proc, and we're just trying to tank and hang around beyond that. So the Chin's Blade is really the only on-hit item you're going, so better to have some on-hit than none at the start.
Oh no. A lot of investment there following the double Noxious Fume stun to try to catch out that Agni. Sadly, all for naught. Charge Prey back out to safety for the Sobek. So you don't have to fear the pluck for a bit longer. This selflessness from the Sobek is going to be so important. When we talked about they all three have stuns from Deduin's Basement, that means all three giving shields over to Hydrogen Bomb. Thank you very much.
25 plus 5% of your max health. That first item Shifters. Shout outs. He's got 400 max health right away. And his Chin's Blade is already getting a bit more value there. Just by virtue of the fact that Sobek is going to be building nothing but health.
Sun's come through. Circle Protection's out as well. Unfortunately, the Sun wasn't in quite the optimal location to actually block the retreat. Like it said, these hallways are perfectly built to have a Sun blocking them. Didn't work this time, so the red buff does go the way of Deduin's Basement, but they weren't able to quite pick it up just yet. 7 minutes, 0-0. No Guan Yu, but still a slow start to the game.
If there's anything that's going to tip the scales on this game, I look at Hydrogen Bomb to maybe pull a Lost Knight before Deduin's Basement. Because you have 2 damage dealers versus our 2-1 tank damage dealer ratio that Deduin's Basement is running. In Kaidon and Sunprod, because of your Agni and Hoi, there's a lot of shred attached to these characters that can deal a pretty significant amount of damage to an objective. I almost wonder if you could have Kaidon and Sunprod pull a Lost Knight and have John rowing zone for a bit, but we need a few more items in hand before we can actually commit to something like that. A bit more penetration for both sides. Although Kaidan does have that Soul Reaver Bluestone combination finish now, so the poke from this Agni gets a little troublesome. Specifically for Doing and Sap 7, because they have those Shifters Genjis, there's going to be a lot of health attached to those Shifters.
I like that this Eset's been playing a lot of times through the wall. Spirit Ball, obviously very easy to see coming, but when you throw it through the wall, it's a bit more tough. Good driving strike in the silence after, finds decent poke. This time, Spirit Ball point blank, off the mark. Charge Prey, on the mark. But there's a good little driving strike combo. No, instead it's the Excavate, but the pillar actually blocks the boulder. Now it's trouble. Sap 7. Put on the end of the sword. Maybe the end of the jaws of the Sobek. Ultimate finishes the job, grants Hydrogen Bomb first blood.
With one person dead, that emboldens Hydrogen Bomb to go straight for that Lost Knight like we were talking about before. Kaidan and Sun Prime pick it up while John Rowing does it, but look who's in the back.
Doin doesn't have ultimate, but they've got Gumption. Will that be enough? Charge Prey finds the mark. Flame Dash gets some solid ticks of damage off. Adapting's trying to assist, but they don't quite have the damage for it. Managed to ward off the Noxious Fume Stun with the beads, forces out the ultimate as well, and at the very least, mission accomplished with Sap 7 back. Hydrogen Bomb cannot grab the OBJ.
Also, I noticed John Rowing does have a shell here, actually. The upgraded shell that they picked up, third item slot. So we have a little bit more survivability for Hydrogen Bomb, and an answer to the On Her Pillar, if there was ever one needed. But the really important part of the Shell of Rebuke is the fact that it can offer you up to 35% damage mitigation, along with that health. So it's just a lot of tankiness to pop in the middle of a fight, which is something you really need because Kaidan and Sunprod are not going to be tanks. They're really just looking to be a lot of pure damage. Although, see that Pearl and that Cloak there for Kaidan? I feel like E-Staff. It's right around the corner, so we'll have a little bit of health attached to our Agni. He likes to build this E-Staff because Agni's able to proc it very easily. He has a lot of range over a lot of other characters. We might even see a Shifter Shield on the way. I mean, that is just the build for a lot of mages right now. It's the new and improved proc slot build, where you're just slamming a bunch of abilities and proccing your Bluestone Soul Reaver E-Staff all the time. You build a Shifter so you can't die. Your cooldown's already pretty low as it is. Chronos Pendant pushes it over the edge. So, that'll be potentially the 5th Shifters we see down the line, but right now we're only at 4. Do and Adapting and Sap 7 all have theirs, and like I said before, Adapting's build does look to be what I assumed. There's the Executioner after the Shifter, so we're going for a lot of value here, just trying to make sure we get the most from each auto attack in terms of shredding protections, which is very needed to kill John Rowing.
Works pretty well as well with Onher's passive and feeble. Every auto going to shred away some of those prots on top of it. Works very naturally with Exe. 10 minutes in is 0-1. Hydrogen Bomb still bearing that lead. And about 800 their way. But still, in Joust, that's pretty significant. Lost Knight's the only free farm available, save for the minion waves. I'm just curious what Doin's Basement are waiting for to start it off. Or maybe they wait for Hydrogen Bomb to maybe overstep. Could be the dive bomb that gets things going, but instead, well, you just up down simply. If you're this Hercules, are you trying to get a nasty pluck off, or are you waiting for the Sobek to charge on it?
If an opportunity presents itself, yeah, I'm looking for a pluck, but walking up as a Hercules is a little sketchy because you're just going to get plucked by Sobek, and then that pluck turns into a Mark Stun from Hou Yi, it turns into a Noxious Fume Stun from Agni. If you're not able to pop your 3 before that, you're just kind of a sitting duck. Oh, but
there's the pluck right there. There's the bees in response. Sobek wants no part of it. Can dish it out, but can't take it. Hypocrite, John Rowing. Hypocrite!
Certainly the Sobek can take it, though. Look at his health bar. It's completely full. Have to be careful not to get stuck underneath that tower. And Dodoin's Basement, to answer your question a bit further, has a lot of answers to getting engaged upon. So, like, E-Set can drop the Circular Protection at her feet. On her can, like, up, down. He can jump away. Hercules can Driving Strike whoever tries to engage. So I feel like Dodoin's Basement is very willing to let Hydrogen Bomb play into them, but Hydrogen Bomb is very willing to just sit back and go for poke with this Agni, and even the Hou Yi ricochets if he can find a sick bounce. And in Smite 1, Hou Yi was known to be the Joust King. because of all the ricochets. I feel like the geography of the Smite 2 map is not as good for it. Hello.
Joust certainly helps a little bit. Silence stuns off the mark. Excavate finds the back line. Sobek's a bit separated from the rest of the squad. Oi. Still has that dive bomb. Will utilize it. Agni utilizes their bombs to add some damage on top of the ESET. But again, ESET aspect. That Silence gives a pretty hefty shield that allows adapting to stay on the front lines. Red buff once again secured by Deduin's basement. We're back to the farm game.
All of that for one red buff. And it really does have to be all of that for one camp. You have to repeat that fight over by the purple buff. Look, Deduin is going for a flank again, but it's matched.
Oh, Sap 7 gets plucked away, so they're going to take a bit more time to get to the fight. Good beads rip off of the Hoi Yi. That's all you're looking for. Relic economy. Looking really solid for Deduin's basement. If they start a fight in the next 30 seconds, things could get dicey, but Hydrodon Bomb are wise enough to recognize there's no sense in shedding blood over a purple. We'll get our lick back later.
Deduin's basement does have a fair amount of CC to start a fight if they wanted to. Not just Deduin, who can walk up and look for that driving strike combo at the risk of getting plucked by a Sobek. But if Sap 7 can find a Spirit Ball off through a wall like we were seeing before, that could also be pretty strong. The other side of Deduin's engagement is that we could potentially just look to find John Rowing. Like, we could just try to pluck this Sobek and engage on the tank and see if we can shred them out, right? Double upgraded shells for Deduin and for Sap 7. That's crazy. That explains the item that we see built there by John Rowing. Shout out that Spirit Ball. That was heat. Oh, we're pulling Lost Night.
Shout out the wards. We're really playing Joust now. He steps up. The Suns come down. Adapting, though. Will take it. For Deduin's basement. Now they want to try to make a hasty retreat. Double stun's not going to let them. Great ricochet, too. Once again, the pillar, unfortunately, is only going to result in ricochets for the Sobek off the excavate. Sap 7 finds the stun. The shell keeps the ESET safe, but Deduin gets plucked back into danger. One last shell of rebuke. Don't you wish you had a stampede now? Spirit Ball off the mark. Really could use it for that Hoi Yi, but Hercules is mitigating all those wounds. This guy's in big mode right now. Forces beads once more off Sobek. A good double stun there from the Agni, and the ricochets through the alley. Not going to be enough to dissuade Deduin. Man, all the anti-heal in the world between Sickening Strike and the Noxious Fumes does not matter. Deduin is still doing it.
This Hercules gets to live forever. Dwarven Plate plus Genjis and Shifters. He's very, very hard to take down, plus that Lost Night buff gives you, is it 7.5% health mana regen? Like, it's quite a bit. Even the penetration, which actually becomes very, very relevant for this Phoenix Siege.
Yeah, they're going to be using it to good work. Putting it down to about a quarter. But Deduin's basement don't want to overstay their welcome. First kill in this game, but a very impactful one. Great impel stun. Don't want to fully dedicate to the Sobek just yet, but the Driving Strike could change that. There are still no beads here for John Rowing. Silence. The rock over top. Trying to catch on up, but you need the on her, really. Finds the impel stun, but gets stunned by the ricochet, so they couldn't take advantage. Sobek does manage to waddle on out. Now Agni could be in trouble. Silenced for a little bit. The Suns come dropping down. Sap 7's just okay for it, and the Phoenix might be on its last legs, though Sobek is walking back up. In fact, charging back up. Desert Fury comes through. The Phoenix, one last dot will finish it, but now Adapting's in trouble. Snapped between the jaws of Sobek. John Rowing finds the counter kill, and Deduin's all by their lonesome. Sap 7 maybe can find the 1v1 for Sunprod in the back line, and actually manages to take them out. 15% penetration. Are you lost, little guy? Let me make sure to escort you back to Fountain. One last Spirit Bomb, but a Flame Dash does get Agni back out. That was scary.
John Rowing here to walk Sap 7 back out to the base. Good lord. That was such a good push from Deduin's basement. It happens all at once. I mean, we went from Tower to Phoenix to now an Exposed Titan just off of one push from that Lost Night pickup. And Adapting has got so much attack, speed, and shred. And we have that Audibo, the Avenging Blade is here, but the real push is the fact that Deduin and Sap 7 just cannot seem to die. And even though we see the erosion pickup from John Rowing, it does not matter how many shields Deduin's basement are making. They are making a lot between Eastside Aspect and Double Shells. John Rowing is like the only one that is able to stay alive through these engagements, but Sunprod getting picked off and maybe Kaidon as well getting poked out, just pushed away. That's kind of the cost-benefit analysis of having these two squishies, like, yeah, you can deal a lot of damage, but if you get engaged on, it gets very sketchy very quickly. You have to keep Dedue and Spaceman at an arm's length away. But they finished a lot in their builds to make it so that they can just run at you. I mean, look at that Stampede pickup for Sap 7. We can cross the distance instantly if we wanted to.
I mean, dude, you got to keep them at arm's length, but Sobek's job is to literally put them within a finger's breadth distance. So who do you pluck? That doesn't put you in an instant disadvantage. ESET just gets to point-blank spirit bomb you. She's not squishy. This is by no means an easy chicken to cook. Do not mistake it for non-aspect. And she's doing damage, right? She kind of 1v1 Sun Prod despite building full defense items. That's a bit disgusting, if I'm being honest. What are you supposed to do about it?
Tank's pretty good. You have to CC her. You have to CC lockdown. It's got to be a combination effort from the team. I mean, now Sun Prod has their Sunbeam Bow online. They should be able to deal some extra damage to these tanks. But, yeah, no, look at this. Deduin doesn't care.
Deduin, like, pushed him, like, he was on the other side of the corridor. He just two driving striked him, and he's in a completely different part of the map. This guy's a bully. Deduin, out of the basement. Oye in the air. Good excavate, but the CC immunity, not going to save you. Adapting. Puts him at the end of the spear. This Fury finishes the job, and Sun Prod's dead for 40 seconds. Fire Waves will be joining shortly, and the Titan will begin to be whittled down. Phantom Shell. Forced out early. That Field of Rebuke. All those mitigations, a nice disperse on in. They're looking for the end right now, but a tail up does force adapting back. Those minions will not save the Titan. Deduin's basement. Ascend to the next floor. They move on to finals.
And Deduin's basement were able to reach a point where Deduin and Sap just couldn't die no matter how hard Sun Prod and Kaidan and John Rowing tried. You know? It was unfortunate too because you want your Agni and your Hou-Yi to hit late game to be able to deal the most amount of damage. But we just didn't have enough dissuasion tactics to keep the Hercules and the ESET from just kind of walking at us as the game went on. It felt like Deduin was able to simply take up space by virtue of standing where he was and threaten a lot, and then that means that Deduin's basement are able to kind of chill, slowly encroach on, and take a look at an objective. It's interesting too, because I figured Hydrogen Bomb would be the ones to take, you know, these early lost knights, but it was Deduin's basement who just walked over and took it down. Turns out, if you just have one tank and a damage shred, that's all you really need. The 2 damage shred never really had its chance to burn the objective. We were too busy getting shoved back and put into tough spots by Deduin. And Sap 7 there to follow up with adapting. I mean, it was just a tough spot to be in.
I like the erosion pickup that you called out there, and I like that John Rowing is trying to counter build, but I think the issue is in-kit anti-heal in this meta just is never enough. You need more. Kaidan's got that Divine, that's good. I think, honestly, he still could have even maybe used a Stygian. I don't know. Sap 7 and Deduin just are able to live through so much. Circle of Protection does so much. Mitigate Wounds does so much. Look how much self-healing that guy's got. 8k. It's a lot.
Yeah. Healing becomes very, very effective and very, very attractive when tank items are as good as they are right now. So the characters that are really good to play, at least in the context of this Joust game, is characters that can either heal their allies or heal themselves while building cooldown plus tank. And you really just need one guy to be able to hold lift click on top of somebody, and that's kind of the winning team comp in my eyes right now.
Whoever's got more big beefy boys takes it from here. But the beef continues. We still got one last series, and I say series, best of 3 grand finals coming at us right after this break, guys. Stick around, more Summer Bash after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, Summer Bash, and a Joust, where the plays are always premium. We arrive to the peak, the pinnacle, grand finals are upon us to see who can claim that 500 grand prize D'Lo. Here, joined in the booth by Musy, right by my side. Almighty Eyes in the Sky, Red Rosie Panda, Tess, and Jithin's behind that curtain, and prizing coming at you. Ka-chow!
Ka-chow! The lightning and the thunder, and 525 real American dollars to the winner of this next best of 3 brackets to show us the story thus far and to tell us who our top teams are. It is Deduin's Basement versus the Avengers, D'Lo.
Now, that being said, grand finals, of course, means best of 3. And best of 3, of course, means the vault ban system is in effect. Now, what that means, folks, is once a god is played, that god is no longer up for grabs. So, for example, if a Thor is played game 1, neither team can pick it game 2, or in theory, for a game 3. However, bans themselves do need to be refreshed every single time. So if you ban Daji for some reason in a Joust, game 1, you would have to ban her again game 2 to continue to see her gone.
So what this means is that if Guan ends up in game 1, we don't have to worry about it for the rest.
Let's just keep on banning him, though.
We'll be okay. But yeah, probably should be banning him the whole way through. I mean, that god has just proven to be very, very strong. But, you know, if we have any info going into today about this last set, specifically for Deduin's Basement, we've seen them a bit. We know that they have a plan, they have a strategy about what other things to pick. Hercules, Eset, Honor felt like a very strong trio to pair next to each other. So as we move towards picks and bans, we'll get a chance to see if that's what they tend to lean towards yet again. But we still haven't seen picks like the Op Wash, which I do feel is very strong when healing is strong and when proc items are strong as well. So I would expect to either see it banned away or see it picked somewhere, right? That's kind of what I'm hoping for. As far as what the Avengers likes to pick and play, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for that. But we know that tanks do be tanking, and you want at least 2 on your team and 1 self-sufficient DPS follow-up to go with it.
Yeah, the Avengers' first time here on the stream, so we haven't got to quite see what their strategies are, whereas Deduin's Basement got a bit of a sneak peek, right? The ESET could very well make a return. Assuming that, I know Deduin in particular, that team really loves a good Kabrakan, but that's been also a top ban that we've seen on both sides from the team that's oftentimes Order and Chaos. And again, because it's blind bans, you don't really quite know what you're going to get out of it. It's like a box of chocolates, even. Or a box of Guan Yus. Just get rid of that guy and we should be good. Do you feel like Deduin's Basement are going to be looking for the same strategy, or here in the Grand Finals, do they maybe change it up?
I feel like the ESET Herc on her combination, you can copy paste into a few team comps and have a pretty solid amount of success. So I wouldn't hate to see that mirrored back in this game again. But Guan Yu's banned out, Sobek banned out, Achilles as well, Thor,
Aposh
Cerberus. Aposh got through. So I feel like maybe we don't lean towards the Herc set, knowing that Opwash could be in. Kabrakan can do quite a bit to keep that character in
Yeah.
check. It forces a shell pickup.
This doesn't surprise me one bit. Doin loves this pick. The Avengers.
Mm-hmm.
Get the on her. Taken away from Dodoon's basement from before. Xing Chen makes their return. So some decent beads burn here, potential from the Avengers when you consider it. Especially when you don't have that CC mid ultimate on the Kabrakan. Sylvanas certainly has one of their own right, but gotta say the burst mobility from Dodoon's basement not looking the best. Hoi's gonna bump that up just a little bit with that dive bomb.
They'll have a fair amount of sustained damage too. The Suns that can come crashing down, especially if Kabrakan is able to lock somebody in. But yeah, the Opwash isn't locked here, but I also noticed that when it comes to this Kabrakan pick, on her, Xing Chen and this Bacchus that's being covered can get away from Kabrakan ultimate, so the walls aren't going to be as impactful. A shell will be used to keep people alive in a fight, and not used to escape from a Kabrakan wall, because we just have so much mobility. Now, Sylvanas here raises a couple question marks for me, because I kind of haven't had a chance to see him in the Joust context, but being able to grab people through walls, you have a pretty healthy amount of sustain, you have roots, you have your ultimate. It's all well and good, but I do feel that Sylvanas can be very easily engaged upon by an Honor, by a Xing Chen, by a Bacchus. Bacchus can flop in, Honor can go in with a Disperse, they can pillar impale very easily because Sylvanas doesn't have a dash or a leap or anything like that. And Xing Chen should be able to, if Xing Chen starts his ultimate and Sylvanas tries to ult in response, the Xing Chen Whirlwind of Rage and Steel outlasts the Terra's Wrath. So Sylvanas gets scooped away anyways. Kabrakan also gets scooped away by this Xing Chen ultimate. And if Hou doesn't have dive bomb or beads, well, you better believe that this guy is getting scooped away. So Xing Chen actually looks very, very solid here. And Bacchus can threaten beads and escape tools by flopping in and by going for belches and damage. So I really do like the Avengers team composition here. Maybe a bit more than Dodoon's basement. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the fact that I'm kind of a low opinion on Kabrakan in the moment. I feel like his pick is a little bit more conditional onto what the other team is picking. So picking it up in the first pick opened up the Avengers to just have a bunch of leaps to get away.
We'll see if the MCU starts off with a cinematic success as we hop into Game 1, the Dodoon's basement versus the Avengers. We'll find out shortly. I gotta say, I originally was looking, as soon as I saw Sylvanas lock in, I thought the Opwash was going to go to the Avengers, and I thought that actually would have been a solid pick. But I do think you're right, that the Avengers are looking for means of evading this Kabrakan having high value, and an Opwash, of course, is very vulnerable to those walls. So the Avengers having so many mobility options is really solid. It again allows you to skip to the juicy backline. But in this case, honestly, it might not even be about the backline. It might be just about cutting down this tree to size.
Say the front line of Dodoon's basement can be engaged on pretty easily. Not only the Sylvanas, but the Kabrakan as well. Although, I will say Kabrakan has a few more... Yeah, it's a little more scary to try to jump on the cab than it would be to jump on the Sylvanas, just because Dodoon can go for the double stuns. He's got the cripple as well, kind of keep you locked in for a bit, and a fairly healthy amount of damage. What's interesting to me so far is actually the starters between Dodoon and Sap 7. War Flag and Selflessness between the Sylvanas and the Kabrakan. So we're all in on keeping this Hou Yi, pumped with stats and kept alive with shields. Then you look at the Avengers, who have a similar strategy, except it's double Selflessness. This makes Dodoon's Kabrakan pick very, very tough to play with, right? Because you go for a stun and suddenly they're just getting double Selflessness procced. And you're like, well, how am I supposed to kill Fab Duels? How is it supposed to happen when they're getting so much support? I would like to see an erosion somewhere this game with so many Selflessness. It would not be a bad pickup at all to limit the amount of shielding that your opponent is getting from said item, but also boosting your own stats a little bit.
Definitely agree. Got to make sure you're whittling that away, otherwise you're going to have to be forcing very valuable cooldowns only just to bump through the blue bar. That never feels good. On the back foot, this composition, actually both compositions have the potential to put you really far out of position. And on her, of course, a Whirlwind, Rage, and Steel, both really great depositioning tools. But of course, Nature's Grasp on Sylvanas, and that's why you see the Avengers giving a healthy distance between their opponent and the tower line.
Yeah, just being able to threaten the turtle here and say, listen, you could go in, but it won't go well for you. Although, I feel like if you do pull the Jing Chen or the Bacchus, they're not as scared. Because they're tanky, they can they can survive for a little bit longer, and then either jump away or pop their own ultimate and be like, hey, listen, as long as I'm in here, like, what are you gonna do about it?
Might as well.
Deduin, when in Rome. And Deduin has a shell, Sap 7 has a shell. Same deal with the tanks on the other side. Does make them a little bit more susceptible to CC, to getting thrown into the blender there. So I would imagine that these ultimates are gonna be a pretty big focal point for these engagements, which, look outside, the sky is blue. Shout outs.
What?
When it comes
Smite
to builds, hey,
1
look
is not
outside.
the same as Smite 2.
Exactly. I see 4 shifters on the way here. Avenging Blade Star for Fabduels, though, it looks like. Skagax and then the health medallion. So we're really leaning into that health shred right out the gates, but Adapting is doing the Chin's Blade Rush again, which, again, it's better towards the late game, but because we're building so much health in the early game, Selflessness has 100, Shifters is going to have 300, the Chin's Blade does get some value pretty much right out of the gates, so batteries are included with this item pick at this point, and the Avenging Blade for Fabduel, so now maybe I'm a little bit more bought in to this Chin's Blade being picked up so early by Adapting. It can make him a bit more threatening, especially to Fabduels, who doesn't have the protections to back up the health that they're building.
Red buff was secured by the Avengers. Now they look for the purple right after. Doing's Basement do have tools, though, with that sun falling down to try to lock them in place. They're not going to be able to, though. Sunyon rings. About 4 minutes in. No kills quite just yet on the board. Musi, what breaks the bubble? What bursts the tension?
It's got to be a fight, but the question becomes, what are we fighting for, and what does that fight look like? Both of these teams don't really have too much that they're willing to die for, and this is one of the, not one of the problems with the Joust map, but it's just one of the aspects of the Joust map where if you're not fighting for red or for purple, not really fighting too much unless you're trying to find a pick before you pull a Lost Night. Like, you can go for these little skirmishes, but this is just a heat check and keep the other team honest. Because Deduin's Basement can just back all the way back up. We could try to pick a fight around the Lost Night, but if you're fighting around the Lost Night for too long, you're missing out on waves. So you need waves to get levels and experience, so you might as well just kind of hang out and wait until you're able to find a good in-game.
Oh!
Poke like that could be a good fight starter, though.
That was disgusting from Adapting. Dear God. On EU ping as well, by the way, folks. Let's keep that in mind. Pretty gosh darn impressive. Hell yeah. Doing's Basement, though, unfortunately couldn't grab the kill. They do force the back, but they say that looks like a good idea. We have more shifter shields to get. Let's go, boys.
Yeah. Like I said, a heat check. Keep them honest. Adapting's just going to start going for it now, too. Like, hey, maybe not. Yeah, maybe it will. Looks like we're going to have Breastplate Genjis. Breastplate for Xing Chen. Genjis for Bacchus. Abduls. Hunter's Bow and Bow. That could be a few things. Could be an Audi Bow right away. Or maybe looking to pick up a Tearfing somewhere down the line. Engraved Guard for Deduin and for Adapting. So Adapting will have a Shifter Shield on the way. Sap Summon will find a Genji's Guard. Could Deduin be going for a Dwarven Plate? Might be the next thing that I would be thinking about on the Kraken here. Just to have more protections. Ooh, I like this.
Quick TP on over to the Lost Knight. Sap 7's off the mark with the pull. Now, Great Pillar. Keeps Sylvanas in a lot of trouble. Tree's got to use the Phantom Shell, but they're going to play in the Suns a bit longer. Terra's Wrath gets outlasted by the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Good root on top of the on her, but the Hui's got to step on up and get some damage on top of someone. Nice disperse. Sap 7's still alive, and actually, Xing Chen in a bit of danger. Another great Impale stun there. A great Ricochet. Forces off the beads. Come on over here. You're not going anywhere, buddy. Fabduel's the first one to go. Adapting. Grabs the first blood. Doing's Basement continue to try to push on forward, but won't be able to find too much else for it. Solid kill, the way of order.
Sap 7 is locked in all of the damage from the Avengers. However, the Avengers do not have the damage to fight into Deduin's basement. Sap 7 gets to live so long because of those wisps, because of that shifter shield offering him those extra protections. Oh, adapting.
That's the dive bomb. Frame 1.
He's okay.
It's fine.
Frame 1. But the fact that Sylvanas was able to live through all of the engage from the Avengers means that Deduin's basement can turn it around onto the Avengers and take the fight afterwards. And that is where things can get sketchy. If the Avengers can't win off their first initial engage, it does feel like they can't take sustained fights like Deduin's basement can, because they lack a lot of healing.
Here comes again. Body blocks. Sylvanas decides to stick around, pulls them in fact for the Terra's Wrath. Good damage on top of on her, forces out the nice disperse. Will win a Rage of Steel, a Phantom Shell pop before. Can they finish off the tree? No. Good cab stun. Now the damage is back on top of Fob Duels. The sun's going to block them in. The Tremble's not going to be enough quite just yet. And luckily a root comes just in time to save the Lion for now. But the Deduin's basement are still on the prowl.
Man, the pull, the stuns,
Great
the
CC.
chain CC, not enough to take down an activation, but enough to force him back.
Tower can we get looked at. These Nature's Grasp have been on the point. Ricochet now looking for the final bits of damage on top of Inferno. Could be set up there by the Trembles and the stun. No, instead. Deduin finishes him off with a few more autos. A stun on the way out. Just a little drive-by on top of Fob Duels. 2 kills now for Deduin's basement, and Tower's dropped down to about half.
Man, so the real insidious thing about this Cabrakan pick is not necessarily the ultimate that, everybody can get away from. It's the chain CC that you play off of with your Sylvanas. I mean, Sap 7 goes for a pull, hits the root, Deduin follows up with a stun, then Adapting has a stun, and the Deduin has another stun, and at that point, if you're not a tank, you're cooked. That is quite a bit of damage to take, one after the other, and even through double selflessness, you're taking so much. Now imagine all of that with an erosion on the backline. Please, Deduin's basement. I'm telling you, it's tech. But it's a really good start here for Deduin's basement off the fact that the Avengers were the one to try to pull that Lost Knight first. They lacked the patience. Now they're getting punished hard by the basement.
Well, War Rage and Steel. Terra's Wrath this time is actually timed just perfectly enough to actually outlast it. Ancient Nep could be in trouble. Pulled away, but still not dead just yet. Out of the fight at the very least. And there's no anti-heal in the kits. Or
Oh,
in the
another
builds,
one!
Which means that Sylvanas able to easily whisk them all back up. Another Bees forced out there. As well as the ultimate from the Honor, but on the other end, they're still in danger. Forced out the Phantom Shell. Since that Ricochet was coming right for him, a heat-seeking missile. Looking for the tower, but the Sun's going to block out Fob Duels from rejoining the fight. And that means the front line can continue to take it in earnest. New Age Guan Yu, baby. It's the tree. Nature's healing, and that tower. His health is fleeting. One last auto, the structure will crumble down to the Avengers. Starting to look like they're facing down Thanos himself.
Difference between Adapting and Fob Duels in this moment is Adapting has the shifters, Fob Duels does not, so he takes so much damage.
What a great pull, and another fantastic Terra's Wrath. Sap 7 is on a heater. Nice disperse, though. Backs off to Deduin a little bit. Slows the roll for a moment, but again, Battle of Attrition is not in your favor. Where are your heals? Where are your friends? Certainly not going to be backing up our friend Inferno, as they go down in a blaze of glory. 3 kills in 10 minutes for the basement.
Tragically, no boys there to help support Inferno. I mean, Fob Duels
What my
off
boys?
to the side can't do too much about the chain CC from Deduin's basement. I naysayed this Cabrakan at the beginning. I was like, top pick, I'm not sure. I'm low faith, but man, Deduin's basement is really smart when it comes to putting together team comps that work for them and execute the plan that they want to do. It was never about the walls. It was always about the lockdown. And Adapting now has their Executioner online. Fob Duels is still a little bit behind their Titan's Bane that they're trying to work towards. So the Avengers have a little bit more of a ceiling to go. But Deduin's basement, happy to imagine. I mean, Adapting is going to have so much damage with an Audibo on the way. There's going to be so many protections that are shredded as well. Sylvanas is putting in so much work with all the sustain. I can't believe they haven't died yet. Scary.
Such a villain line, man. It's not about. It was never about the walls. Deduin.
It was never
hand
about
to Fob
the
Duel's cheek. Oh, honey. It was never about the walls. It's just about the lockdown. Look at that right there. Interrupts the belch, which means interrupts the CC that they have as well. It's just gosh darn frustrating. What else to say about it? Double root. really too much problems here. Sap 7's got the heals, and the Wisps also do damage too. Gosh darn it. Want to Rage and Steel. Unfortunately, that Impale is not going to be able to get through the wall. That could be trouble here for the Sylvanas. Phantom Shell comes down. The Belch needed to try to get off some extra anti-heal. Not going to be available to Doin. Still on the front lines, and with everything poured onto this tree, just going to make it grow even more. Keep on watering me, baby. I'll sow the lands with the blood of my enemies. To Doin has a stun. Adapting's got a few more autos in the back of the Xing Chen, but they're able to escape. Nice little pillar stun there from the on her, but there's no follow-up.
Cannot believe that Sap 7 is alive through all of that. I mean, they stood in all of that damage, but it just doesn't matter.
Keep saying it.
I wonder if part of it has to do with those Freya's Tears that we have. The third pickup there for Sap 7, just aiding more in the cooldown, giving you some extra prots there as well, but also getting extra, physical and magical protections when you lose 25% of your health. And as you get chunked more and more, you get even more prots. It's like a cooldown version of Shifter Shield, where you don't get extra damage, but you do get quite a bit of protections. And then,
oh, baby.
Thank you, Rosie. There it is. Erosion to follow it up suddenly. Those double shields, those selflessnesses, they are going to be not as effective. Minus 30% on those shields. Plus, you get 10% of your physical and magical protections. One of the few items in the game at this point that give you percent increase on your prots. Means that Sap 7 on Twitch is not dying anytime soon. This feels... Dude, have we been sleeping on Freya's Tears? Am I nuts? Because that just looks kind of good. It looks kind of good. Is Freya's Tears one of the good items? It looks kind of good to me.
I've been seeing it being built a decent amount today so far. I see 2 Motes of Chaos being built as well on the side of the Avengers. I don't know what relics, though, are going to really save them in these instances. Blinks aren't the issue. You can engage on Sap 7 very easily. The issue is killing them. Sunder? Sundian Rings?
Sunderian Ring? Whoa! Saw it. Saw the timeline where that pull hit, and it was devastating. If anybody's going to build like an upgraded Sunder, it'll be Deduin. I feel like if Deduin's going to build an item, I would really like to see them take the red cloak. Anytime he gets CC'd, he does a burst of damage around him. It'd be pretty solid here.
True. Nice pull. Xing Chen. Now trapped in the pillar that Abdul's put up. Maybe you want to lower it, pal. Costing Xing Chen a lot of health. Decent damage being applied there on top of Inferno. And again, they just don't have the sustain. These battles of attrition are always going to favor Deduin's basement. They have better poke, they have better peel, they have better heal. What do you do about it? On her. To try to Desert's Fury from the back line. Does not want to get anywhere near that Cabrakan, who's now also drunk. Inhibitions lowered. Those fists are going to come with a bit more oomph behind him. Good impale. Forces him back. Stun still hits the mark. The root on top of inactive. Who's got to get active? Desert. Pillar comes up. Adapting. Drops down the objective. Instead, favor for the Bacchus. Some really solid damage being applied here to the front line. There's going to be the ticks off the Terra's Wrath. Still not enough to finish the job. A good triple root there from Xing Chen. Bails out the Bacchus. Oh no!
Oh, Deduin catches the back of FabDuels!
Oh dear God, it was never about the walls. It was all about the lockdown. Deduin proving just why you cannot give the basement this character. Now the OBJ gets ripped once more. What a great pull, but they're going to kill the OBJ before you get the Xing. Let's see if they can do it. Adapting. Drops down the Lost Knight. Xing Chen taken out shortly afterwards, but their green, glowy, fiery spirit imbues all 3 members of the basement with the buff.
Deduin stopping the back of FabDuels there forces Inferno to turn around and try to help out the on her, which then opens up the space for Adapting and Sap 7 to finish off the kill on the Lost Knight. By the time Inferno comes over to try to stop it, Sap 7 can pull them in and just pull him into the damage that we were already using to clear the objective.
Dude, you just gotta stop trying to kill Sap 7, but at the same time, you have to kill Sap 7 because they're the one who's keeping everyone else from dying. What do you do about it? It was never about the Cabrakan. It's all about this gosh darn Sylvanas. Phoenix can be easily taken out by Adapting. 16 minutes is 4-0. The Avengers looking like they're facing down Dr. Doom himself. 3K ahead, and in Joust, man, that's already uh-oh territory.
Yeah, that is near a death sentence, and we're nearing level 20 as well. So Adapting will be able to upgrade their starter to doing theirs. Sap 7, a little bit further
Blink
away,
from
but level
Sylve.
18.
Chills.
Not too bad. Ooh, that's a good call out. Upgraded shell, so now we have damage mitigations on top of our healing, on top of our Freya's tier, increasing our prots on top of erosion. Dude, no, something's going on. This is, I don't know if this is like the build, but I'll tell you what, in the context of this game, this build is gnarly. Like, just actually so good. That's not to say I don't like what Inferno and Inactivation are building. It's just very generic, right? You shifters, a cooldown prot thing, and then we're gonna go Resolute Mantle, so we have some HP into all their CC. And I'm gonna go, Shell, and now we have double blinks for Inferno and Inactivation. But like, when are you blinking in, right? I dare you to blink in on these guys. You want to die? You want to lose? Go for it, King. Like, the shifters finally comes online for Fab Duels, but I feel like the damage is already done because you took an early death. That's what the shifters is there for, to prevent that.
Blink already used off the Bacchus. It's in the intoxication, but inside the Suns, Hoi is just fine and dandy.
Cab in the back.
Still comes out, but this Hoi does not seem to care. Pops the Avatar's Parashu. This man's absolutely massive. Watch out, Adapting's going in with the dive bomb. One last dot to the back. Bacchus able to stumble back. No, the Nature's Grasp, but there's no follow-up. Instead, they're looking for the Titan. Being whittled down, dropped to about 2/3 health. Inferno in trouble. Impale stun does not find the right target. This Cabrakan's absolutely massive. It was never about the walls. It's about the lockdown. It's about the death killing spree for Adapting. And the Titan seems to be on its last legs. Good Impale stun on top of Sap 7. Finds the stun off the belch as well, but it does not matter. I need more men. I need someone, but it's a triple deicide to finish the duty. The Deduin's Basement takes game 1.
Wow, I mean, that was clean from Deduin's Basement.
Clinical.
That was clinical. That was insane. Like, I don't know. All the play there was really good. Sap 7 was a monster on the Sylvanas. Like, did not see that coming. And then the Cabrakan being able to chain CC with the rest of the team. It was very, very good team comp. I love the build from the Sylvanas as well. Each item was seeing each item. You know what I mean? Like, it felt so intentional as opposed to just like building things because they're good. Like, Sap 7's like, no, all of these items are going to see each other. This is all going to be very, very solid together, and I'm not going to be able to die. All that tank because Sap 7 can't get away. So we play into the cooldown, we play with our health bar going up and down so much. So strong.
Ugh. Disgusting. Sap 7, there's so many instances where you said, how does Sap 7 not die? And I think it's just what you said. It's just, in this context, they took every single item they needed into battle. That guy does not leave home without a water bottle and a portable battery pack. They are prepared for anything. That's a true Boy Scout.
Carabiner has a bottle opener attached to it. That's my kind of guy right there.
Hell
Plus,
yeah.
the way that Deduin was playing this Cabrakan, I mean, just in your face harassing, and they don't die anytime soon either. The kinetic cuirass, I didn't notice that until just now. It's another saucy one, because Cabrakan does use an enhanced auto stim to be able to get in there, and cuirass sees that and goes, cool, I can add some extra damage to it, so that's pretty solid. Plus, when you have this war banner, it enhances what Adapting can do, even with Sylvanas. You can do it as well. Those AoE autos are pretty solid. Man. EU boys cleaning up this NA Joust so far. Fab Duels and Activation Inferno. The Avengers have an opportunity to turn this around, though, right? It is a best of 3, and because we're in Vault Bands, we don't have to worry about any of the picks that we saw in the here and now. We get to play with an entirely fresh set of characters. So you've got that going for you. But I do know that Deduin's Basement is still holding on to the ESET Hercules combo. We just need an ADC to go with it. I'm very curious to see what the Avengers are going to try to pull up for their game 2 here.
Listen, man, Deduin's Basement goes deep. You don't know how many flights of stairs go down to this cellar. It gets crazy down here. And with that $525, they're looking to try to, get up some nice fresh coats of paint, finish the job, finish the mission, and finish this series. We'll find out if they can do it next game. Right after this little break, guys. Stick around. More Smite Prime, some more Bash after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime. NA Joust Summer Bash, where the plays are always premium. Possibly the finale. Possibly the precipice as we approach Grand Finals Game 2, off the back of the Doin's Basement's victory. D'Lo, here on the mic, joined by Musey, in the booth right by my side. Almighty Eyes in the sky, Tess and Red Rosy Panic, keep the prod lights on, that camp steady, and Jithin's your man behind the curtain. Vault Band's coming at you, Musey, for Game 2. What's that mean?
So essentially, Vault Band says that once you pick a character in a set, you cannot pick it for the rest of the set, and this applies to both teams. So the example you see on the bottom there, if Team A plays Thor in Game 1, neither the team can use Thor in Games 2 or Games 3. What does this mean for us in the grand scheme of things? It means that we can't see repeat team compositions like we saw from Doin's Basement. So the Sylvanas Cabrakan lockdown combination is not going to be available to them. We know that they have other picks that they like to do sometimes, though, right? I'm thinking about the ESAT Hercules, and then we just need a damage dealer to go with that. So I know that there's still some cookery to be had here, and there's still some very powerful picks that are on the horizon. I imagine the Avengers are going to have first pick this go around, so maybe they could try to play for the Guan Yu if it doesn't get picked or banned.
We'll find out. Opting into P's and B's right now. The Opwash is left on the cutting room floor as well last go around, which I wonder if that would have been the difference maker. Maybe not, just because that lack of mobility would really cost them against the Bracken,
Yeah.
but having that AoE stun against SAP 7, that could be pretty solid. Maybe I'm bugging here. I just think it's something to consider. The Avengers have first pick, like you said, which means that Guan Yu is going to be banned again. The Avengers, in fact, probably don't have to waste a ban on it. But what do they ban out? I guess an ADC option for Doin's Basement. Let me ask you this. Is it bad if Doin's Basement go Newt ESET Herc, since it's now double magical?
I would say I would sooner see a Neath before a Newt for Doin's Basement if they go for the Herc ESET combination.
Not Newt.
Not the Newt. Just because having your damage be attached to physical feels maybe a little bit stronger right now. Plus, I think the Neath can use items like Sunbeam Bow a little bit more effectively as opposed to Newt, who doesn't do it as easily. Now, I still think the Newt could be viable. I think I just prefer the Neath, and maybe that's just bias because I saw Tagveer play it earlier today, and I'm kind of, I'm on some hopium. I want to see it a little bit more because I just think the pick is neat. Guan Yu banned from both sides, so the Avengers just don't want to play it at all. They don't even want to first
entire
pick
front
it,
line.
but they banned Hercules ESET. It's very important. So now we're going to see in something entirely different from Doin's Basement. So I like those bans from the Avengers.
So that first pick, we've seen it played it pretty successfully, extents in the past. Is it first pick material? Opwash still let through, so that can get stunned off that. But that being said, again, it's low mobility, so it also gets in trouble. Newt, not sooner seen, but still at the top of the board. Doin's Basement, grab it for themselves.
Newt plus Thor is not a bad combination at all. I mean, Thor is able to go into the air. He's got some great dive potential. Wall plus hammer is good poke. And because you don't have access to Hercules ESET, Newt looks pretty solid here. The one thing we're lacking from Doin's Basement that we didn't have, or that we had before that we don't have now, that is interesting. We'll talk about that. Is there's no team healing and there's not really much in the way of self-sustain. So that raises an eyebrow for me.
Geb off the bat of that Thor. And that makes sense to me because it's very easy to cleanse off that Thor wall, very easy to cleanse off the Newt root. Ganesh for Doin's Basement is the final lock. Now that's pretty interesting. You got to imagine that up against a Geb and a Sobek, you need this to be non-aspect, right? That Ohm Silence is incredibly effective at stopping a charged prey or a Blink Cataclysm.
You could do Evil Ganesh and build Ancile. That would not be bad, but I agree, having the Ohm Silence all the time feels like it would be pretty good. Like, if Sobek tries to dash it, you just Ohm in front of him and suddenly dash stopped. Same deal with Medusa. Same deal with the beginning of a Geb rollout. He becomes CC immune once he's Big Rock. But what I like about this Ganesh is that he has an AoE ultimate that basically says, like, hey, once you're in this zone, you're either in this zone or you're out of this zone, right? You can't really play around with that too much. For a character like Medusa and Sobek and Geb to an extent, you know, we don't have leaps to get away from those Dharmic pillars. We have to dash through them, we have to walk through them. So that's damage that can be guaranteed. And Newt and Thor have great damage that they can throw in the center of those Dharmic pillars, knowing that their opponent can't really get away from what they're trying to do without taking a bunch of extra damage. Shifter Shield being as good as it is, you know, you build it on Ganesh, you're going to be hitting extra hard. This character already dealt a ton of damage. Now we're giving them free protections and free intelligence to go with the rest of their build. Avengers,
Yippee.
I like the Geb because we have a Sobek and a Medusa that can offer a lot of pressure, and that's where Geb tends to really fail. He can't really offer pressure on his own. He needs his team to be able to do it for him, and then he can play off of that. So we have a lot of setup here. Is Medusa going to be enough follow-up damage? Medusa is one of those characters where if you're going for like auto-based, she has Viper Shot. She's like the best ADC in the game for 4 autos, and then she falls off and she's not as strong. So I'm very curious to see how she can play into DPS comparisons with this Newt.
The Avengers looking to make sure they can get their lick back to Doom's basement. Say this is the end game now. We'll find out as we hop on in. Once again, Dilo Musi, Red Rosy Panda. Click at the sticks to make sure the camera gets its job done. Distance and test somewhere around there, rooting around in the weeds. Rhino takes a bit of damage. Block on top of the Ganesh. We're looking to try to isolate the elephant, but here comes the Ohm sounds. Here comes the Phantom Shell from the Avengers in response. Poke War so far being won up by the Avengers, but a great triple stun! So much damage on top of Fob duels. Snake's got to slither on back.
Basement find the red buff. Thanks to Sap 7 with the dash, but... Ooh.
Oh, great Phantom Shell there. Turn of Fortune. Oh, the Seismic Shockwave nearly catches him out. The double tap into Duin. Finishes the job. Inferno goes up in smoke. First blood to the basement.
It's another double selflessness item starter for the Avengers here, whereas Deduin's Basement has a bit more variety in what they're going for. Bluestone Start for adapting, who is not playing the Newt. It's going to be Deduin who's playing the Newt, so we're kind of switching the roles of like what we're accomplishing here, which I find that interesting. But I know Deduin's going to be going, I see the Death Toll, so it's like Tearfinger, Chin's Blade, knowing the way that adapting was building, is probably Chin's Blade right away, into Shifters, Avenging Blade. This is what we saw in the EU Conquest tournament last week. It's been very popular since then. Adapting goes Shifters, and then probably a bunch of cooldown. I'm actually interested to see where we take this Thor, because they're not building the aspect. So that makes you think maybe we're going a little bit more in the way of damage, like a Jotuns after your Shifters. Heartseeker could be around the corner for us, but feels like there's some potential there.
I gotta say, I don't think the selflessness dedication from the Avengers is going to be well spent in the long run, because you already have this Geb shield. You know that Deduin's Basement is aware of the item erosion and is willing to click on it in the shop. You're only giving them further incentive. I think you're really putting all your chips in on the shield category, and it takes one item to kind of see that house of cards tumble down.
I mean, between the selflessness, the Geb shields, the shells, erosion just becomes very good, and Sap 7, like you said, is aware that erosion exists. Plus, you get to pair it with something like a Shifter Shield or Freya's Tears, and it gives you percent protection increases. It's only 10%, that's not much, but that's not
it's something
bad at all. Especially considering like how high protections are attached to some of the items that you're able to build here. Like Freya's Tears gives you something like 30 each. So, and then you have like Dwarven Plate to go with that, Shifters to go with that. So like if you have like a Freya's, you have like a Shifters, you're looking at 30 or like 75, 80 protections of each kind when you fall down. You take 10% of that, so you're sitting at like 88, almost 90 protections of each or so when they pop that shield. That gets pushed even further because that stacks up twice. That's like you're pushing on 100 of each protection, it feels like. Plus also their shields are worse, and that's their like win con. So that just feels bad. You know, you start plugging the math and you're like, man, I don't know how I feel about that.
Deduin takes a leaf out of Adapting's book and grabs the first item, Chins. Makes sense. I see 2 Shifter Shields being popped up. I see the Dharmic Pillars coming up as well. Cataclysm in response. Decent damage on top of the elephant, but not enough given how many ultimates you just poured in on top of them. All 3, in fact. from the Avengers, whereas I see 2 fat diamonds, all bright and blue and shiny from the basement, ready for use around this purple buff.
Dedue and Adapting have semi-global ultimates as well. It's Joust. They're global ultimates. They take up the whole map. So, they can easily get into a fight.
This is trouble, though, at the same time. A lot of damage being taken by Sap 7.
Low.
Let's see if they're unkillable this time. No heals. No Sylvanas. Lost Knight. Gonna hide behind their skirts, hide by the TP. Unfortunately, Sap 7 does not get out, but here comes the double Thor ultimate. Forces out the double shells. Deduin's now the new target of their affections, but the pluck out actually forces the Deduin into a safer spot. Into the Skyfall. Gonna be able to find 2 with the damage, all 3 in fact, but Deduin still doesn't have enough follow-up, and Thor doesn't have enough range or enough mana. Maybe Berserker's Barrage finishes the job. Asian will go down, and Adapting has got 1 last auto left of health. Maybe they can escape, but I imagine the Seismic Shockwave's waiting for you. Unless the Phantom Shell Silence comes through, Dharmic Pillars as well, somehow, some way, Adapting gets out.
The fact that Adapting didn't die 100% saves the next few minutes of the game for Deduin's basement there. Because that kill onto Thor would have tipped the scales pretty heavily into the Avengers' favor. So it looks like the Avengers were able to secure their own blue. But it was a very awkward fight to be taking there. Sap 7 gets poked out so early, plucked by the Sobek, and then the damage was laid in there. They zig towards the portal as opposed to zagging towards their teammates, and I feel that ended up getting him killed. And Adapting didn't really have much in the way of mana the entire engagement. And we don't have the damage online yet for Deduin, right? We have a Chin's Blade early. Yeah, you'll be able to deal a bunch of extra bonus damage, but we're still, you know, lower in levels, lower in gold. We need a little bit more. Now you got your Shifter Shield to go with your Chin's Blade. That fight could have looked a little bit differently if it happened right now, but was not quite the case. So already a bit of a closer game than we had before. And I can kind of see the vision of the Sobek Gab put together. Like, Sobek can pluck somebody towards the Gab, towards the Medusa. Gab knocks them up, Medusa roots them. It's the chain CCs that becomes very, very important. Just need to make sure that we're plucking the right person. Sap 7 feels like somebody you could pluck, right? Because the Gab doesn't, the Ganesh doesn't have great ways to get away. You can body block his dash so that he's just forced to dash into you and then follow it up with some more damage of your own. Similar scenario like it is for Sobek or even Medusa. And I don't really know how you can... I mean, if Thor uses Hammer, you can get the Thor 100%. That's always a good pluck.
Red buff. Look at me plucked off the map. Or in the sky? Yes, they are, in fact, but it's a Cataclysm in response. Solid work by Inferno to ensure they keep cool and stay safe. Ultimate for ultimate exchange. Red buff, I do believe, went around the waist of Deduin. They'll benefit from that farm a little bit. 7 minutes in, 2-2. Slight gold lead the way to Deduin's basement, but 100, even for Joust standards, that's negligible.
Teleporter taken by Asian to walk over towards that purple. Thor?
Oh, beads come late there from Deduin. That's a gosh darn shame, but they are still able to dash back to safety, relatively. Thor, on the right side, battling it out with Fob Duel. Seems they won their small skirmish. But at the end of the day, it's more of a stalemate. Purple buff, still up for contestation, but are we ignoring it or are we looking for it instead? Purple does go the way to Deduin's basement, but now being gathered up is not where you want to be for the convergence autos. The Avengers are going to have to just take their licks and walk back home to lick their wounds.
Deduin's basement did miss a full wave, taking that buff, while Fabduels was able to take a full wave for themselves. So it's a small thing, but it does push Fabduels a little bit ahead. And this Medusa is going to need all the gold that they can get. You see that Lucerne Hammer locked in there alongside Dagger, Frenzy, and the Avenging Blade. So Titan's Bane around the corner, that's going to be the penetration that we need. But look over at what Deduin's building. You have that Executioner, I would assume, being locked in alongside the Chins and the Shifters. That makes sense. One thing that sticks out to me the most is the Kinetic Cuirass for Adapting, because we are not playing Aspect Thor. So when are we getting a lot of use from our Thor autos? Like, yeah, Thor's one of those characters that has really good auto cancels, you know, Hammer auto, Wall auto, in between all this, your Thor ultimate. But I really would have liked to see it.
It's for the plating, Musi.
Aspect. It's for the plating. You're so right. But with the Aspect, you would also be able to tremble, you'd be able to heal. But I guess when you go Aspect, you lose a lot of that scaling, so we're not as interested. Bulwark of Defense, an Engraved Guard. So it's going to be a Dwarven Plate coming with for this Thor as well. The Dude's Basement is going to be very, very, very tanky.
Dude's Basement's very, very, very audacious. Try to look for this Lost Light, or maybe looking for the fight afterwards instead. Wall locks off Medusa. The autos are starting to rain into Sap 7. They don't have the heals. They have to remember that. Now they could be in trouble as well. Inside this execute range, that threshold's been met. Asian takes the kill, and they're looking next. Up for the Newt. One last auto's all they need. It's an acid spray instead to do it. It falls to the chemical warfare. Thor's got to take the easy way on out. That's going to come through the Anvil of Dawn. Now the Lost Knight might instead be looked at by the Avengers. So Thor is lurking. Abdul's is a bit low alongside it. So back group up for Thorold, everyone. Nah, he's already out. Lost Knight going to go to the Avengers.
They'll be able to pick this up, finish that off. Felt like there were some unfortunate connections of abilities there. Fabduels was able to hit Deduin with their Lacerate at the edge of that Thor wall. You saw that the Nuke got rooted there. That ends up making so that Deduin takes a ton of damage from the Viper shots afterwards. And Sap 7 on this Ganesh is not the same as the Sap 7 we saw in the Sylvanas, where they're in the mix, they're able to get a bunch of damage off, they're able to tank a lot, but they don't have any healing. There's no sustain for Deduin's Basement. So that means that when Sap 7 gets in there, it looks like more often than not they're going to be dying as they go in. And the kills are going to Fabduels, which is a scary thing because Medusa is going to be scaling off of gold and experience, more so than anything. Giving Fabduels all that extra money means that she's gonna have these important items sooner rather than later. Shifter Shield, if I remember correctly, Fabduels likes to build that 4th. So then we'll have a little bit more tank for our Medusa, so she'll be able to fight a little bit longer. But I'll tell you what, these 2 selflessnesses plus the Geb Shield plus the shells are working out pretty well for the Avengers this go around. We don't have erosion yet.
Done. Land Sharks here, baby. Jaws theme plays. Great CC chain, and the Elephant's got to make a mad dash out to safety. They won't find it. Petrifying Gaze off the mark. No way the Ganesh gets out here, but Newt and Thor have already been chased away. Charge, prey. You're no longer at the top of the food chain. Instead, that's the snake. Killing spree for Medusa, and Deduin still maybe in a bit of trouble.
Playing the corner. The Avengers. Not a superhero tactic. That's a villain tactic right there. But, hey, if it works, it works. Adapting. What is this?
Back to oh, nice! Force out Blink and Ultimate. Adapting has their own too, so they should be fine. They're gonna recognize to take the quick, easy way out with the Anvil of Dawn. Honestly, in this game, in this mode, in this map, Anvil of Dawn being used as an escape, I ain't too mad about it. 12 minutes in though. If you're a Deduin's Basement fan, you might be a bit 5-2 in favor of the Avengers. 2K their way. Maybe it's not heroes who win the day. Maybe you gotta succumb to the strategy of the villain.
Wondering how Deduin's Basement gets to turn this around. Like, what does a good fight look like for them? Are we able to engage with adapting potentially? I feel like we have to find a way to get to Medusa and kill them. Every time that the Avengers starts a fight, they're able to find and pluck Sap 7 and burn them away pretty quickly before Deduin's Basement can really respond to that. So if I'm Deduin's Basement, that's got to be one of the first things that has to change. Sap 7 can't get plucked. We need to find a way to keep this Ganesh alive. We haven't really had a chance to see Deduin connect onto any tanks, although now that they have XC and Avenging Blade, they should be able to deal pretty significant damage here. So, how do you change that, right? Honestly, I'd love to see a Thorold on the Medusa. Let's play into the Avengers counter engage. What if you just kill her instead, right? Shout outs.
It's gonna be hard when she
Like
got
this.
a red buff. Especially hard as well when you miss the pillars. Medusa takes the easy way on out, but it doesn't mean that the rest of the front line's isolated. Cataclysm and the Shockwave finds the CC they need to get back out. Inferno's safe for now. I don't know if I want to see Deduin's Basement take a fight until that erosion's built. I'm not going to lie, Musey. Again, the Avengers put everything all in on the shields. And you can see right there. Great cleanse. Great health. Bolsters up the Medusa. Viper Shot comes through. Sap 7's in a bit of trouble. Thor takes the sky. Is that enough to ward the Avengers off? Might just be.
He sees it.
Hammer hums. They'll look for the Medusa, but they find the beads as well as the ultimate. Now Adapting could be in trouble as well. Great CC. Lacery does not stop the double tap. No cripple incoming. And a great stun to wall off the rollout, but Adapting still could be in trouble. They're not sure if they're coming for them. No, they're all instead looking for Sap 7 once more. Elephant gets tossed up. The Skyfall gets shrugged off. Abdul decides to back on away. Ewan still has to position carefully. If they're on the wrong side of the Sobek, they could find themselves getting charged parade. Good sounds, though, from Sap 7 ensures that does not end up being the case. One last silence. Nuh-uh-uh. Puts a quick finger up to the lips of the Sobek to ensure that they cannot do anything about it. Adapting lived the entire time, by the way. Grabbed a pickle buff for their troubles. Now they have to make sure they stay alive to tell the tale. Good beads there, but not what you wanted to see. Stewin's basement, vulnerable as they limp back to Fountain.
Everybody has to back. That opens up the Lost Knight here for the Avengers, and they have plenty of shred to take this down. I mean, you have all the penetration from Fab Duels and a Dagger of Frenzy. Dodoon's basement were able to not die that fight, but they weren't able to win anything that fight. And at this stage of the game, you have to start winning engagements, like hard winning engagements. You have to find the stuff after the stuff, which is something Avengers have been able to do fairly consistently so far this game. Dodoon's basement has the erosion for Sap 7, so this could be a turning point for the Ganesh. Hopefully that'll make them a little bit tankier to be able to survive a bit more. You taking this?
Sundian rings?
And then, yeah, Sundian Ring. The upgraded Sunder, so if Adapting hammers onto a target or is able to connect to Medusa, we pop that Sunder as well. It'll deal quite a bit of damage. Pair that with the erosion so we can get through those shields as well. It's not too bad. We're hitting our late game, but the Avengers have such a strong head start here. It's working out.
Oh, Sap 7 is just getting bullied by this Medusa. Dear God. Trying to ignore her and go for the Geb instead. Thor moves on in. Petrifying Gaze turned away from. They're looking for the Medusa, but you really need your front line there to back you up. Adapting cannot take all that damage alone. A Phantom Shell from the Avengers keeps them alive. The Phoenix is stunned. Will not save this Newt. Nor will the beads again used just a bit too late from the charged prey. It goes up. Must come down. The Newt descends back down to the company of friends. Great double stun there from the Thor. Erosion's doing work, but the charged prey is going to have an easy avenue thanks to that Thor wall. Fobduels takes advantage and takes out Dodoon. We're starting to clean up the basement real quick. Only the front line remains. Adapting will not have the damage, I fear, to finish off Fobduels with this amount of health. Dash back from the Elephant. Death sentence, honestly, from Sap 7, but maybe they can stall for enough time to get Dodoon back up. Karmic Pillars, a dash away. The Elephant tries to take the teleport on out. They will not succeed.
Adapting tried to walk up to see if they could help at all, but was not able to get there in time. They are able to wait out the Lost Knight. The Phoenix only falling down to half, but everybody from the Avengers is more than fine to simply tank a bird and go for it. That'll be a mid-bird. I mean, I guess there is only one lane. The bird is down. The Avengers still feel pretty strong for another fight. Inferno has ult.
Double tap could not reach Fabduels. That's important. And the pluck reaches Dodoon, even more so. One last auto. Fabduels takes the kill from the Sobek's jaws. Trying to auto down this Medusa. I don't think it's going to work out too well, but a great triple stun. Double tap. You needed to have the rest of the damage. The Berserker's Barrage finishes the job. The tanks cannot take out a Thor, ascends to the sky, and decides to opt for safety since only the Elephant is there to back them up. At the very least, the Avengers' assault has been thwarted for now.
That blink alt engage from Inferno straight back on to Dodoon. The only play that Adapting had there was to kill Fabduels. Like, you have to kill the Medusa before anybody else. If you're unable to do that, you're gonna end up losing so much as the Avengers get ready to pull Lost Knight yet again. Dodoon has been having a very rough go of it so far, not able to really get any damage across. That's because Inferno and Inactivation are just so tanky. Health bars are so chunky and large.
Going for the Lost Knight here since Fobduels only just spawned back, but that snake can slither back pretty gosh darn quickly, and this burn's taking a bit longer than you want, even with the pillars. They're turning towards the OBJ, trying to finish it off, but an activation steals it away from the rest of Dodoon's basement, and all hope of victory might have just plummeted to the cellar as well. Low health for Adapting, no health for Adapting, and it might just be Dodoon up next. Sobek is lurking. The violin plays. And unfortunately for Deduin, they're starting to get whittled on down. Inferno is a bit low. Medusa doesn't even decide to go for the fight. Instead, looks towards the Titan. That might be something that honestly costs you. No, the Fire Waves are going to ensure that it just goes so. The Avengers make it a game to 3 as we now move to the last game of Grand Finals.
Well played by the Avengers there. Good team fights, good times. It felt like Deduin's Basement weren't able to find a comp that really clicked for them the same way that the ESET Hercules did, the same way that the Cab Sylvanas did. We didn't see the same type of chain CCs that maybe we were expecting to see from before, whereas the Avengers had chain CC in spades. I mean, pluck into knock up into lacerate, and the damage from this Medusa was all kinds of good. This early fight going the way of Avengers. I mean, it could have gone a lot worse for Deduin's Basement, but it did go pretty bad. Deduin just never had a chance to be that Newt carry that we're so used to seeing. It was an unfortunate start there from the Basement, and the Avengers did a really good job pressing their lead and finding more and more.
I think the real issue is just Sap on this Ganesh. Just took so much poke. Maybe with the belief still that they could somehow sustain out of it, but you don't have any sustain, like you said, Musey. And especially when you're up against a character with a threshold health execute, you really could use it. Unfortunately, just any time the elephant stepped up, they were quickly hunted and taken apart for their tusks. I would like to see Deduin's Basement on one of these more battle of attrition compositions because they make them work while still getting active and scrappy. But yeah, how many times do we see this as well? Sap 7 plucked and just has to dash away in a mad attempt to preserve their life or at least stall out the Avengers from their charge forward.
It really was Sap 7 that was getting picked out pretty consistently early, and then the Avengers got so big that they skipped Sap 7 and would go straight to Deduin, who is not as tanky as a Ganesh, building full tank there. This is a good play there from the Avengers. Adapting really tried to make it work too. I'm not as sold on, I'm kind of in between of whether or not I think Thor could have been better with the aspect here, but still think Adapting did really well, considering the madness that the Avengers was sweeping through his team.
I just think the big issue is if they have a Sobek, and normally as a Sobek you're looking for the back line, right? But if your front line is tantalizing to a Sobek, that's a problem. You can't do the same thing with a Sylvanas, right? Because a Terra's Wrath is surely coming afterwards. You can't do the same thing. Let's say in theory that Inferno actually didn't have the Geb, but it was on the other side. You don't want to pluck into Geb because they're going to actually cause hell for your team. Whereas, you mentioned it, what is Ganesh going to do? Dash out? It's easily blocked. It's single target. It kind of freezes him in place as much as whoever he hits. It's just bad news bears for the elephant there. But on the bright side, you don't have to see either of those 6 gods anymore, thanks to the magic of Vault Bands. We'll talk more about what that's going to go on with, as well as getting into that last game for the grand prizing right after the break. So stick around. More Smite Prime, Swimmer Bash after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime Summer Bash and a Joust Grand Finals, Game 3. It all comes down to this. The plays are certainly always premium. D'Lo here in the booth, joined by Musi right by my side. Tess, Red Resi Panic, keep the prod lights on, that cam's steady. And Jithin's behind the curtain. Vault Band's coming at you, which means all 6 of those last gods we saw, and the 6 gods you saw before, can no longer be played. Any gods that have solely seen the ban board, well, you have to ban them again if you don't want them back in action. But as far as Sobek's, as far as Thor's, as far as Sylvanas', they're all gone. All of them.
No mas! No mas Sobek! No mas Thor! No more.
No mas. Basta.
Bam. What are we doing?
Just waiting, man. Waiting.
You know, hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes, you know, you gotta wait for some things, and sometimes you gotta go out and get some things, and sometimes, you know, gotta wait for some things. You know what? I'm tired of waiting, D'Lo. No more waiting. Let's talk about it. What's left?
What?
What's left to pick up?
I thought you were actually asking, like, what is left, like the direction left. I was like, I am not ready for this. Okay. I was like...
But in terms of like who we need to ban and who we need to take off the board, Guan Yu,
Okay.
obviously. Achilles, Ardio. I'm still kind of sold on Ardio. I feel like she could be good. The healing has to be applicable. Any kind of sustain is good right now in Joust. Any kind of sustain. We'll take it. Anything you got. Share it with friends. Sustain. Bring it up. More. Aphrodite. If it's not banned away, that's another really solid one. If you want to try to pick a healer, I think at this stage of the game, it is time to ban the Apwash. Morgan Le Fay could be a good pickup for a mage. She can use the proc build pretty effectively. Neath is still available if you want a hunter. So I feel like there are a lot of things you can look for here. And I'll tell you what we're not going to see, though. It's not going to be the Guan Yu. To be honest. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
that should be
I feared that would
insane.
just be ridiculous. Yes, by both teams, it seems. Dodoon's Basement have kind of been doing the same thing even when they have been first pick. So, truly, honorable players there across the pond. You got to respect it. The Avengers, though, they know no bounds. They know no boundaries of man or government. The Sokovia Accords have not come into effect quite just yet. They're coming for you. Oh, yeah. But I think the RDO is an interesting shout, given that Apwash... I will say, Apwash has been allowed all games. I wonder if this is the game that he gets through. If there's an RDO, I would be tempted to insta-lock that Apwash.
Just because of the... I don't know. I think if we're so focused on healers, we're so focused on killing tanks, I think Apwash uses the proc build really well, and he's able to deny a lot of what healers want to go for. So, you've got that. I'm trying to think of what other healers we have right now that are available. Because I know Guan, Aphrodite. There's not much after that, right? Because the Sylvanas isn't going to be available anymore. I mean, Eset Hercules is another one, but Yamoja, that could be a good shot. And maybe Yamoja could be something we can work with here. River's Rebuke could be solid.
Heals and
everybody's
shields.
Building Shell. So, yeah, I don't know. The fact that everybody's building Shell makes me wonder if it's not as worth it. Like, maybe you can excuse needing the Kabrak and Ultimate Walls because he's got so much lockdown, but I think Yemo
I was about to say,
wants to be able
it's
to
not
use
about
walls.
the walls.
Not about the walls, but maybe Yemo, it is a little bit about the walls. Like,
Yeah, it is kind of about
Cupid?
the walls a little bit more.
Cupid?
Cupid could be a good shot
A
as
little
well.
Cupid
Aris
action,
bow,
some
Cupid.
hearts. I just feel like
Aris bow.
it's a little hard to use in the moment. Bologna, Aspect, Bologna, Eros Bow.
Cookery. Absolute cookery. We shall see. I don't know, man. I feel like the Avengers are kind of like spoilers. They don't really seem to care too much for sustained comps. They are more so in your face, fight till you die or we die comp. Team 3 gods, teamwork or die comp. And to their credit, it worked out very well last go around. I just think that you need to have 7 on a god that can kind of just stick around and be a thorn in your side for a bit longer. I want a god that allows itself to function. I think you talked about this in terms of Dodoon's Basement's first comp in game 1. how
Mhm.
there are components that are auto-sufficient. Sylvanas is absolutely auto-sufficient because it can do damage, but also it keeps itself up with no issue. Hercules and Iset and Guan Yu bans from the Avengers. It's smart, man. Why not? Aphrodite being banned away by Dodoon's basement. They knew that the Guan Yu
Mhm.
is not something they had to worry about, so that's smart. They're covering more of the range of the spectrum. And that leaves open the Cerberus, which has been seeing bans before. Not quite the typical healer that you might expect, but certainly one that can stay alive if SAP 7 is operating on it.
And it is something that is a good answer to healing, right? Not quite an wash, but being able to take away some of the healing effectiveness that the Avengers might be able to draft, and there is not a lot of effectiveness to be had. Iset, Hercules, Aphrodite off the board, Achilles as well. Like, a lot of tanks just won't be available. Guan Yu's banned. So we are changing our mindset a little bit about what we're trying to pick and how we're trying to draft. I feel like now it's going to be a lot about beads burning, beads pulling, and just abusing Soul Reaver and Bluestone. Atlas can do exactly those things.
Osiris alongside it. Two big beefy boys. We need more men. Doon's basement. Lock in the X-Ball. That's the ADC of choice. Neith's still on the board, Musey, so I'm not surprised that you're squinting so hard.
Well, it's just a hover. We don't know. Maybe it's something else.
Okay.
Xbalanque, I think, is going to be
Opium.
very strong next patch. This patch, I feel like he's a little bit on the weaker side. But he's locked in, and
Yes.
you know what? I'm kind of into it. Shoutouts. It could be Jibble aspect, too. That could be the route that gets taken here. We do need a lot of tank shred, though, to deal with Osiris, especially, who is going to be nigh unkillable. Percent mitigations attached to his passive. Judgment Tether gives you, like, up to 20% damage reduction, depending on who it attaches to. Like, it's a lot of tankiness from the Avengers. We just need one last piece of the puzzle here. Go for another tank and flex Atlas towards a more damagey type. Or you can go for a major, like a Morgan Le Fay. Might not be bad here. Oh, Agni's still up. Yep. I don't know. Yeah, Agni. That'll do it.
That will do it. Okay. So the Avengers here are not at all. Again, I think the Cerberus, in a sense, doesn't make the most. Well, it does because it's just a great pick. But
It does.
the Avengers have they've never been a team that has been liking these heal-oriented comps, and that hasn't changed here. So the Cerberus is passive, which I think is a large reason why people choose it. In this case, is not going to really see too much effect. What I also don't really like is there's a large lack of CC outside of ultimates here for Doon's basement. A very large lack of hard CC. X-Ball's got a slow. Loki's got a blind. Outside of Assassinate and Stygian Torment, though, I think you're in a bit of trouble.
I will say this. To defend the Kerberos pick, they do have Prot Shred on that Ghastly Breath, which is very important
true.
when it comes to getting ahead of the damage on some of these tanks you're going to be running into. It's part of
Discount
the reason,
Guan
it's
Yu.
another reason why Guan Yu is so good, is because of the Prot Shred that he has on the Tala Assault. So being able to shred away some of these prots, offer a little bit of a slow.
Okay.
Kerberos does have the Paralyzing Spit to be able to throw out there, so he's got a stun that he can play off of. It's a lot of slows here for Dodoon's basement, which makes me think the Avengers could pick up a Stampede to play into that. But
Yeah.
Loki and the Curb, I feel, do play pretty well into Agni specifically. Because if you can get the dash, Loki
This is
can
true.
ult after them. So, yeah, our skirmishes maybe don't look as good because the Avengers have the Atlas and the Agni to provide a pretty significant amount of CC. But think about how these fights go in Joust. It's small skirmishes, but big fights around the objectives.
Phase 3 of the MCU. Dodoon's basement versus the Avengers. We're going to hop into game and see what's what. See who ends up getting that $525 grand prize. Real American dollars. Loki aspect. Agni aspect. That's interesting.
I haven't seen that in a minute. Still pretty good.
Me neither.
The problem with Agni aspect is that usually you're picking base Agni because base Agni just is kind of better.
Based.
Not that aspect of combustion is bad by any stretch of the imagination. Usually you're just building Agni with the int. But now that we have aspect of combustion, we're able to get a ton of like bursty damage. Plus being able to hold left click is very important right now to be able to deal with tanks. Looks like Deduin has opted to go for the aspect on the Loki, so this Loki will be able to live for quite a while, while also dealing a pretty significant amount of damage. My eyes are on adapting in the Xbalanque, because we haven't seen Xbalanque at all, unless Moswall is playing them in mid lane with the aspect, right? I haven't even seen Xbalanques in my casual games. Like the gods just like disappeared.
The darkest of nights blends into the shadows. Double stun from the Agni. Yeah, I'm curious to see what adapting can do. There are actually a lot of blinds on this team between adapting and doing. So maybe that's the key. Like, genuinely, it is a very frustrating CEC. It's not one you think of too often, but it can make a team fight very hectic, especially with that Loki aspect. You're allowed to place on someone else. Good interruption there of the suck with the spit. Sap 7 able to guarantee that Deduin's basement grabs that first red buff. Purple's up now, and who claims dominion of that? Still a test for time.
War Flag or Inferno. So a lot of attack speed to be giving to their team. Also some movement speed. Level 5 here.
They found the difference off of those smalls from the blue buff, but it's a triple stun nonetheless. Big assassinate in the back line, forces off the shell and the flame dash. Blue buff. Is that secured, actually? I think that might have still been secured by the Avengers. Not too shabby. Purple buff, though, is a different story. Deduin's basement. Trying to make sure they don't get shoved off early. They're leveraging the pressure they have, especially thanks to that XP difference.
Man, ever since Kerberus's ultimate changed from a levitate to just a true displacement, it has made other characters pretty good into him. We saw it in that engagement and activation, popping the Atlas dash there, displacing him immune during said dash, so they can't get scooped up by the Stygian Torment.
Agni too.
That is an issue. Yeah, Agni has the dash as well. That can get around it. That is a little sketchy for Sap. That was a little troublesome. We have a lot of good answers into this ult. However, if you're ulting as a Kerberus, ideally the Agni shouldn't have dash. You should be playing for those beads every time. And if they dash your ult, then you just chase after them with Loki ult, and that's where Deduin comes in here. Go for the assassin on the Agni after they dash away. They've got nowhere they can really go. Just make sure to wait out the stun, or maybe find some tenacity so you don't get stunned as long, so you can go for that flurry of blades and get your damage in there. Agni is one of those characters that is kind of hard to jump on top of, but not impossible.
Oh, Darkest of Nights comes through. No relic economy. Fob duels. First blood there for Deduin. Laser drops down, but more so as a boogie floor for Deduin's basement to sashay across. I love that. They made sure to take that fight in that period of time where all 3 relics from the Avengers were still down. Very smart play.
Plus, Deduin hitting the ultimate as Loki stuns out the Agni, which then confirms the Stygian Torment. Because Agni can't dash if they're stunned. Sky is blue. But it's the CC chain, the one that leads into the other. So now we kind of get the picture of the order of operations, at least, ideally for Deduin's basement here. Right? Make sure they don't have beads. Catch the dash with the Loki ult. Boom. You get in there.
Sap 7. Getting in there not by choice, more so by force. Suck off the Atlas into the Judgment Tethers. Will make it hard, actually, to escape that CC. No Cyrus if Atlas is backing them up. Agonizing Visions, the red buff. Goes the way, I believe. Deduin's basement. Test of time, though. Maybe it was the Avengers who stole it away. Suck onto Sap. Decent damage from the Astrolabe. Spirit Flail adds on to it, but Rain of Fire is off the mark. Soul Expulsion over the wall. Looking for the Agni, but adapting is the real target of their attentions. The Avengers will be able to take them out. Good Paralyzing Spit, though, maybe to counter it out. The Flurry of Blades, the assassination attempt is good. The laser's going to be absolutely ignored, and now Osiris could be in trouble. Normally, Lord of the Afterlife so unkillable. Not looking so this time around. Sap 7 breathes down their ghastly breath on the neck of the Egyptian god. 3 kills now for Deduin's basement to the Avengers 1.
Can't be sleeping on this Loki damage, man. Deduin can absolutely piece you up. You got the shifters, plus they'll be able to build just more tank as a whole, and that scales them with more damage. This Loki aspect scales off of your procs and your health. This makes Doduin deal quite a bit. With Sap 7 shredding away those prods, means that the Loki gets to get even more damage across. Adapting on the Xbalanque is the only question mark on this team for me here. I feel like Xbalanque is kind of easy to chase after. Like, once you have that Rising Jaguar and you dash away, Atlas, Osiris, and Agni can all effectively chase after you. Although, here's the thing. If we commit these tools to chasing after, adapting...
Zerbolt.
If Sap 7 is in the area, exactly. Stygian Torment scoops you up. You've lost your counterplay when you use your dash aggressively. This could be a Talisman of Purification game for the Avengers. Just to answer that. Just to be like, we can dash at you aggressively, you get the picks, and now you can't ult us in response.
I think you're right, Musi, but I think that also provokes a problem in the sense that Motes of Chaos don't start getting built until usually 3rd or 4th item, which... We know in Joust how these leads can snowball, and even though they don't look that impressive, 1,000 gold right now for Taduin's basement, it is. That actually is something you really have to contend with. Good attempt there to push clear Taduin out, but Loki will remain alive for now. And this Loki's a hard thing to check, man. They got a Shifter Shield, they got a Genji's Guard, and they're still half health in this Agni with a couple abilities. It sucks.
Yeah, they don't need too much. Loki Aspect in Conquest is a lane bully. That guy just kind of beats you up, and you're like, all right, well, it's not very fun. I don't enjoy that very much. Because Fab Duels and Activation, they're playing these magical characters, but they're also very, like, pokey. Like, Atlas wants to throw out that Astrolabe, Fab Duels throwing out Flame Waves. This means that Genji's Guard is going to be getting a fair amount of value pretty consistently, even for Sap 7. Now, this is interesting. Because I don't know if Avengers know, they just flared over the wall.
This is trouble. Adapting's got to drop it, maybe make sure they can assist their front line. That Paralyzing Spit being off the mark likely marks the end of the engagement. Taduin's basement march back to the mid lane. Unfortunately, not wiser one lost night, but at the very least, they're trying to limit test. I respect it.
It's keeping Avengers honest. It's heat checking them. It's making sure that, like, hey, are you paying attention? Oh, Stygian Torment?
Hey, give your beads. Find out shortly. Poison darts on top of the Osiris, but they do have the Judgment Tethers. Gonna force out the ultimate from the Osai, force the Cerberus into the tower. They should be able to just walk out of that pretty handily. Sap 7 only dropped down to about half health. Good Rising Jaguar, that CC immunity very important to shrug off the noxious fumes. No one dies quite just yet.
Would have been sketchy there for Sap. They jumped in and then got scooped up by the Atlas there. But they were able to walk on out. Uh-oh, in the bushes.
Sap 7 moves on through, finds Paralyzing Spit right after, and look who's there to back them on up. It's a Loki. Asia could be the first one to fall down. Phantom Shell from both sides.
Oh, we saw an Agni.
Winging out these bolos. This is trouble. A Flame Dash forced out there from the Agni, which is going to isolate the last remaining members. Inferno on the front lines. Adapting will easily feast on their corpse, build up that X-Ball passive, baby. Let's do it.
Sap 7 jumps over the wall to go for Fab Duels. No Paralyzing Spit, so we can't follow up. Man, Inferno caught between a rock and a hard place. Shout out Christopher Nolan. But...
Ew.
Ew. I am starting to see the Xbalanque here. Shin's Blade, Shifters, we're playing for procs still. Maybe not what I would have assumed, but hey, it does what you would assume it to do. You are a hunter that has some intelligent scaling that benefits from your Shifter Shield, plus your Shin's Blade. And now, you just hold left click on people. You have an auto attack stim, so that makes you good. Be able to use this build. You just hold left click. Just gotta do something about this mana consumption, though. Level 20, upgrading that Death's Toll, it's gonna feel very, very good.
Yes. I mean, branching bowls are really solid in the claustrophobic confines of the Joust map. Especially when you have a Stygian Torment to kind of bring them all nice and close-like together. Give your team a good big hug, Avengers. These branching bowls can piece you all up. Almost 10 minutes, it's 4-1. Dude's Basement are up 2k now. Again, small leads into bigger ones, but 3k honestly is the territory benchmark I'm going to put for Joust, so you got to be careful to do it. In the background, you see just wailing on this Osiris. Zap 7, trying to get some solid poke on top of Fab Duels. It's a pull, but more so to start a fight than anything else. That'd be a poke war, though, that Taduin's looking to win. He's in trouble. Spirit Flail, once again, Inferno's left behind. Forced to ult away to safety. Whereas all three of Dodoon's basement sitting pretty. All three diamonds still intact, whereas only the Atlas retains theirs.
Checking in with builds real quick. Everybody has shifters. I see a couple of breastplates there for the tanks of the Avengers, and we're going to be upgrading our shells and going for blinks and or sunders. Which means erosion will need to be picked up by Sap at some point or another. Dodoon's got their upgraded sunder as well. So if the Loki's able to ult the Agni in the back, he can pop that sunder, pop those daggers, and then just go crazy. You know, while adapting, or rather, while Dodoon and Sap 7 have been fighting and harassing out the Avengers, adapting has just been free farming this whole time. When they're not doing wave, when they're not doing camps, they go try to pull Lost Night. If anybody tries to bother them, they get off it, they go do something else, they come back to Lost Night. But look at this, they're soloing it.
Darkest of Nights going to try to stall the approach. Here comes the laser to maybe
Oh,
pulverize
yes!
it through. It won't work. It's
Oh!
Inferno who steals it away. Instead, Lord of the Afterlife introduces X-Ball to the pearly gates. And now everything's turned around. Dodoon's got to flee. Because Sap 7 is likely not going to be able to get away, or maybe they decide to stick around and try to take down this Agni. Find something from the jaws of defeat. Lord of the Afterlife, stun incoming, but the slow immunity and the invis gets them out of the CC's range. Sap 7 misses the paralyzing spit. And now Loki instead decides to take the fire. It does seem like Sap 7 should be able to escape the tower. No, never mind. Inferno was stuck to them like white on rice. Dodoon has got to try to find their escape, but
Blink!
it will not work. No, the TP actually gets them some distance. Kinetic charge to try to catch on up. Dodoon is in trouble. Dodoon is dead. Double kill for Inferno as well. Tower's up next.
Man, this is going to be a crazy gold swing for the Avengers who were down before. Now they're going to walk away with the tower. It was just not
Yikes.
enough damage from adapting to kill that Lost Knight. For as much zoning as Dodoon and Sap 7 were doing, Inferno was allowed to walk past them and throw down the two, stealing it away. You even saw the Atlas laser come through. I was worried it would be the Atlas laser that stole it, but nope, it was the Osiris that nobody saw coming. So it's going to tie up the game a bit here. Adapting still has a similar game plan as we did before. We're going to finish our Audibo now, it looks like, on this back. Yes, no? Yeah, there it is. XC Audibo. No Avenging Blade this go around, interestingly enough.
Matt Damon bow.
Abdul's has got it. Matt Damon bow. Martian bow? Oh, different Matt Damon movie.
Yeah.
Martian.
Good one, though, too.
I do like that. I saw it recently. It was very good. Never seen it before. Read the book first. Another good one. Andy Weir is very good. I'm going to get sidetracked. I love Andy Weir. But the plan is still the same here. Imagine a fight with Dodoon's basement where adapting isn't 1 health because they were tanking a Lost Knight. I don't think it's over for Dodoon's basement, but I do think Avengers just got their foot in the door and they're able to say, hey, listen, you got to stop the shenanigans. You got to stop the shenanigans. You got to take us seriously. Yeah, knock it off. Because if you keep trying to do these sneaky plays, we're just going to play the video game and win. So now it's back to a game of playing for the little victories, playing for the red buff, the purple buff, and then going back and doing the Lost Knight strat again. Just making sure that we have a little bit more ward coverage if we're going to try a pull like that.
14 minutes, 4-4, evened up on the board. Gold as well. The Avengers managed to pull themselves up a few rungs on that ladder. Worth noting, those Motes of Chaos did turn into 2 Shells of Rebuke, like you mentioned, but more importantly, that means there's a dearth of talismans. No team beads there, so that strategy you mentioned before, still in effect. Just to see if they can find the right context for it. No towers around to hide behind the skirts of. Lost Knight's backing up. And Atlas waits in the bushes. Look at this, though. Ward coverage in the Joust bush. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's a small note about the Joust map, but you don't have the curios that you do in Conquest. You only have Yaller Flare to be able to use. So if you want Yaller, if you want vision on the map, you have to go home. You have to buy wards the old-fashioned way. So small little something to take back home. If you're like, why don't we have just 1,000,000 wards on this map? Well, you see, they don't got them. But the Avengers do have some interesting items here. Berserker's picked up for Inferno, but also Fab Duels. Like, Agni has the Berserkers plus the Shifters. So it's going to be kind of hard for adapting to 1v1 them because they just have so much many protections, alongside with just enough damage because of Avenging Blade and Titan's Bane. So Adapting needs to make sure that they've got either Deduin or Sap 7 with them if they're going to take a fight there. But I think that's very true for anybody that they try to kill. Adapting isn't really here to kill anybody on their own. They're here to kill somebody with the help of somebody else.
Counter word in the bush. In the Joust map, that 50 gold actually, that means something. That's all we got. That's a loaf of bread right there. For real. Herbal buff drop for Adapting. Has double bells. Let me tell you, everything counts. Lost a belf, though, for the troubles. So, we're just going to have to wait for the next fight to start off, probably around this last night, I'd imagine. I'm curious, though, what's the engage? You just blink in with a Serb? No, probably, right? Because you're waiting for a lot of cooldowns and relics to be down for that Stygian Torment. So what does Deduin's Basement do to start the fight?
I feel like if the Avengers are going to engage, then Deduin's Basement looks for a counter engage. Probably, like, Sap 7 could be hanging around Adapting while Deduin looks for Fab duels in the back. That means that Inferno and Activation face off versus Adapting Sap 7. That would be favorable to Deduin's Basement. And Fab duels would have to keep Deduin off of them. And Deduin does have the... Whoa, hold on.
There's the blink and there's the dash. Doesn't really actually force out much. Gonna charge in response from the Atlas, who shrugged off any follow-up damage there was. Adapting's trying to sling bolas from way downtown, but Deduin's actually taking a significant amount of damage from Inferno. These autos have to hit the mark, honestly. That's the only thing that Adapting's missing. Big blink, big suck, big trouble. Rising Jaguar out, but the Lord of the Afterlife only going to find the tanky targets. The stalemate continues. The Ghastly Breath takes on down. The protections get whittled away. Big shield there for Deduin. Big Sundering Echo, but damage is still there. Big double suck as well from the Atlas. Starts to pour down the damage with the Astrolabe. Forces out Rising Jaguar. The Rain of Fire comes through, and Deduin and Adapting, I already had to back off. Sap 7. The sole last bastion defense for the Phoenix.
So, Sap 7 went for the Gargoyle into Stygian Torment combo there, but it looked like it wasn't quite able to find Fab duels and only found an Activation, who is able to just, stomp his way back over to the rest of his buddies. So if we do look for an engage like that, we have to make sure that we're catching Fab duels. I mean, we saw before, if Fab duels doesn't have beads, a really good combo we can find here is Deduin uses Loki Assassinate, and then Sap 7 follows off of that stun with the Stygian Torment, and in that time, Adapting should be able to piece apart this Agnes. That's really what I'm looking for personally from this combo. The thing is, as the game goes longer and longer, that's harder to do. These fights become a little bit more frequent, but your tools, you clutch them a little bit more, as opposed to just letting it rip.
Okay. Some solid poke there between the Ghastly Breath and the Poison Darts. Just not quite enough. Shell's down. About 30 more seconds from both members of the Avengers. Server's trying to get something started knowing that. But really waiting for just some big engage. I think you're right, though. I think we're waiting for the Avengers actually to step up instead. Because otherwise, if you blink forward, you know exactly what Sap 7's going to do. You're just going to keep that dash in pocket. I'm kind of waiting for the Avengers instead to get a bit too fritzy with it. Now might be the moment. Able to dash away from the Judgment Tethers, but the Deduin's Basement don't seem like they want the fight. They want to retreat instead. Blue buff is the new objective we're fighting for. The New Age FG, the 19-minute Joust map. The Deduin's Basement, win the EFG and win the game.
Nice. Good job, Deduin's Basement. If only it were that easy. Every Smite player wishes it was, in fact, that easy. It feels like the scales are tipped in the Avengers' favors right now. Deduin's Basement game plan is strong, but it's hard to execute. The Avengers? Very easy to do, right? I'm going to go in there with Osiris and Atlas, and my Agni's going to cast on the back, and it's going to be heat. Up top, right?
TS heat.
Feels very clear-cut and dry. Whereas Deduin's Basement's, game plan, while strong, is harder to do. I mean, that's like the risk-reward here, right? I'm playing Xbalanque. It's 2026. Although we do have the Death's Embrace online and a Hunter's Bow, so I wonder what we're building for the last item.
I just think, Musi, the problem is there's no CC, dude. Like, Adapting is a great player, but you're not going to hit every auto. And having a nice,
Mhm.
easy, applicable stun is one of the best ways to do it. You just don't have that on demand. You don't. Paralyzing Spit is inconsistent. It's good. Again, Sap7, fantastic player. It's not the easiest ability to always line up for the CC. It's conditional. It's not simple. Noxious Fume stuns, way simpler and way longer range. Can easily win that poke war because of it. You're relying on Adapting, who's playing on EU ping, by the way. No easy feat.
Ooh, he caught
Defense working
Agni!
out as the blinks from both sides. This is trouble, actually. Agni could be whittled down, but you don't have Adapting there to finish the job. They're the one being chased out by Inferno instead. Adapting completely turned tail and ran from the approaching Lord of the Afterlife, who can really just eat up all that damage and dish it out in their own right. Sap7 gets the paralyzing spit off, but Doin's Basement have to rethink their battle strategy.
And if Adapting was a little bit closer to that, Fabduels would be dead, but they are able to get away with their lives. And every ultimate used by Doduin's Basement means that Avengers could look for a pull here on the Lost Knight, knowing that Doduin's Basement won't have all the tools in the cookbook ready to rock and roll. There's still a blink available for an activation, so the Atlas could go for a blink pull. But Beads and Shell for Doduin and Adapting tell us that they're not out of the race quite yet. But that was probably one of the best engages you could have asked for. We just didn't have the damage to follow it up. Like, the blink, alt, silence, everything was there. Just didn't pan out.
Adapting, afraid of what Inferno's capable of. I don't blame him, but like you said, you just got to stick by him. You don't want to use that Rising Jaguar to engage because that's your only safety tool. It's a rough look for X-Ball in 2026. He was on life support. I remember when I was meta. Okay, Grandpa. Go back to bed. Doing?
I know, it was awesome. Where's my Jello cup? Next patch, Grandpa. Silver Branch Bow will save you.
There's a flame dash there from Fabduels. And now Loki's going on in. Could try to find the kill on top of the Agni. Double Stygian Torment. They're separated. To Doin is going to work on top of this Agni in the meantime. The Rising Jaguar out from the X-Ball. Lord of the Afterlife in from the Osiris. Somehow Fabduel is able to escape. Sav7 kidnapped away from home. Animal Patrol picked him up. Inferno is going to be a lot of TP out. Fabduels is back with a clean bill of health. The idea was right, but the Doin just didn't have the damage to do the job.
Adapting's pulling right now on the left side. If we can keep the Avengers, keep
We've
eyes
seen
on
this
them
before.
before they come. Whoa, no! Atlas!
Hold on. It's 22
Got
minutes
it.
instead of 13. Adapting does grab that Lost Knight. Phoenix is weakened, and now they have that buff a ticking. Adapting is
Time to
weakened,
go!
though. From it. Is able to escape the Judgment Tether. That's very important. What a great blink, but oh, what a triple stun! The damage from this Agni is immense, and now the Astrolabe pulls them all back. It does not matter. Adapting still's got the damage to deal with. Inactivation's dead. So is Inferno. Triple kill. Deicide to Doin's Basement. Take the Avengers down to the cellar and bury them. They're gonna take the game and the series with it.
Oh my god! That was ridiculous! What a chain of events! The lineup from Sap7, the double stun to keep Adapting safe, and then an activation pulls in 3 into the Astrolabe. It doesn't matter! Adapting, Death's Embrace Rip Talon! That guy just held left click through the entire situation and then kept his health bar up the whole way through. Oh my god! Dude, Joust is nuts. Nothing will happen for 20 minutes, and then the coolest thing will happen in the last 30 seconds. What do you mean?
It's very much a story of delayed gratification, right? 2 marshmallows or 1 marshmallow? Yes. Which one do you want? And those marshmallows are being shoved down your throat by a Jaguar god. Like, it's the issue of the claustrophobic corridors, man. The moment you kind of seal yourself into these really tight channels, those branching bolas freaking hurt and they freaking heal.
Yeah, the Chin's Blade is getting a ton of value off this game as well because of all the health that the Avengers was building even as early as the first few items. We talked about it. It's a hard game plan for Doduin's Basement to execute, but the pieces started to come together in the end. First thing that happened in that last engagement, Doduin and Fabduels alone together in the room. That is not a fight that Fabduels wants. So Doduin is able to keep Fabduels away. And then Sap7 and Adapting are able to chase off the rest of them. They reset. Adapting is able to pull, and the Avengers are just not in position to be able to take it. There was a small window for the Avengers. Immediately after Deduin's Basement finds that objective, you have to kill whoever you can, because if they're able to reset, it's not good. But instead of being able to get the kill, Sap7 catches the Agni, Blink
Triple
with
stun.
his,
Triple pull.
with his stun, and then boom, it doesn't matter. Like, everybody just dies anyways. Oh, that was a really good stun from Sap7. That could not have gone better for Sap7. That was insane.
Great stun from Fabdul to start off. Great pull from inactivation. Doesn't matter. The CC and the damage is too much. Sap7 lines them all up like ducks in a row and knocks him down. That was a really solid fight to the finish there. Man, oh man. Could have been anyone's game to Deduin's Basement. Deduin ended up taking it somewhere in the savannas of Europe, adapting. Sits back, puts his hands behind his head, satisfied, knowing his job is done.
You did it. You made it
You
happen.
did it.
You did it, adapting. Well done. But also, I mean,
You're a
doing
hero.
Sap7 as well. Really good stuff. I mean, that team was working really well together, which is to be expected. I mean, these players have known each other for more than a minute here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that team, that band of brothers, what do they get for all their hard work and troubles? It's 525 big ones. Yay! Once again, a lot of really great players that we saw here across the board, but only one can claim that grand prize. They certainly earned it, though. Gosh darn. Fight to the finish was fantastic. Look to the bracket to see all the worthy combatants who fell in battle. We certainly had a good amount of great teams, but only one can claim it all.
We have had quite the summer bash here for Smite Prime as well. I mean, $8,100 all through the course of this summer bash. And we've got one less one here on August 1st. That's right. Just one more to go, the EU Joust. For another $525, so Deduin's Basement will be fighting on the home turf. They'll be fighting on their own ping. We've got a little bit more beyond that, Dilo, something I think you're going to enjoy.
Oh my god, the August circuit's coming up. 7,000 big ones. Dude, what? Mulan is like just so abrific. It's insane how like pronounced those abs are. Dear God. Sorry. Anyway, like, dude, like, yeah, they really made sure that's shiny. That's sorry.
We're all about driving up engagement here on Smite Prime.
Apparently, like,
yeah. Do what you gotta
7K
do.
though. Listen, baby, we got to get those views. Ad coming at you, by the way. No, I'm kidding. But that being said, 7,000 big ones coming up that August circuit. That happens every Saturday. You'll be seeing that in the coming weeks as well, with all the Smite Prime cast here to bring you that action. But as far as what we got here today, that is going to be it for us here on NA Summer Bash Joust action. Once again, a hearty congratulations to Deduin's Basement. They certainly deserved it. I've been Dilo. Joined here by Musey in the booth. We've got our almighty eyes in the sky. Tess and Red Rosie Panda, keep the prod lights on, that cam steady. Jithens, of course, your man behind the curtain. Please thank our production for all they do. We could not yell at games without them. You couldn't watch them without them either. But of course, last, and certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these series just as much as we have. Keep an eye at the sky for more Smite Prime action coming at you in the future, as well as the next Smite game streamer up on tap. Until next time, though, good games, and good night.